Well, hello everybody, and welcome to New Road, Worcester for Central Sparks versus the Sunrisers, the final game for these two sides in this year's Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy competition. News from the toss is that Sunrisers have won it and are going to bowl in glorious sunshine here at Worcester, which is delightful to have, because I must confess it was a little bit chilly on the drive here this morning. There was mist over the farmers' fields and that sort of thing, so there was no guarantee it was going to be quite as warm as it is. We're in the little commentary box at the New Road end of the ground looking towards the Diglis end. My name is Mike Perkins. Alongside me is Dr. Samara Afzal, who we will hear from in just a moment once we've given you the teams. Two changes for Central Sparks. They leave out Gabrielle Basqueta and Hannah Baker, with Sarah Glenn and Claire Boycott coming into the side. So two interesting changes there. Sunrisers leave out Lissy McLeod and Gaia Gole. They bring in Kelly Castle, and they also bring in Scarlett Hughes, the wicket-keeper. So two changes for Sunrisers. It's Eve Jones, Davina Perrin, Abby Freeborn, Amy Campbell, Millie Home, Sarah Glenn, Emily Arlott, Georgia Davis, Claire Boycott, Grace Potts and Liz Russell for the Central Sparks. We look as if we're ready to get underway a couple of minutes early here, which is very nice. So I'll run you through the Sunrisers team after this first ball, which is onto the leg stump, worked into the leg side. There's a single on offer. It's gratefully taken by Eve Jones, and the ball will be returned for the second delivery of the game by the Sunrisers, because Captain Kelly Castle is back in the lineup and Maddie Villiers has opened the bowling here from this New Road end. The other players in the Sunrisers team are Kelly Castle, who we've mentioned coming back as the captain, Grace Scrivens. We also have Grukak Datani, Ola Renshaw, Gardner, Rogers, Scarlett Hughes, who we've mentioned coming in with the gloves, Patel and Kopak. So all starting in a bit of a rush here, Samara, but we'll get your thoughts on those teams in just a moment, as another single is taken, and it could have been better for a moment because it just squirmed under the body of the fielder out there at deep backward square leg. Davina Perrin getting through for two. She's the other opener for Central Sparks. What are you making of the teams then, Samara Afzal?
I think it will be an interesting competition. I think both teams...
Here comes Villiers again. Worked leg side. We'll find out if there was bat involved in just a moment. Perrin scampers back for a couple again. Good running from the Sparks opener. She's on to 4-5 without loss to score.
I think on paper both teams are quite good, and they're quite evenly matched in that Sunrisers haven't won any games, Sparks only won the one, so it should be a good competition.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a basement battle, and Sparks, of course, still looking for their first win in Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy cricket. They have won in the 20-over version, as that one is worked up to mid-on. No run on offer, and the fielding done by Grukak up at mid-on to prevent any scoring from that particular delivery from Maddie Villiers, who, of course, has England recognition as she bowls again. Bell of the cathedral tolls slightly in the distance. Kelly Castle comes in and picks up. But delightful to have you with us on this Saturday morning. And yeah, it's a case of looking for a bit of pride today, I think, for both these sides. But we were saying, as we were talking when we arrived here, as Villiers comes in to complete the over, this one's clapped away up to mid-off, and there is a single on offer. Perrin gets through for it, so 6 without loss will be the score at the end of the first over. But we were saying, weren't we, there's always a great deal of significance, because it's taken women's cricket a fair amount of time to get onto these first-class venues. So actually any game on a first-class venue has something riding on it and has significance for those women out there on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's nice to see a fair amount of support for both teams as well.
And Kate Kopak is going to come on to bowl from the Diglis end of the ground, and she will just mark her run up and adjust her field. And she's just having a chat as well, a long chat actually, with Kelly Castle, who's moving her fielder at third. And Kopak will start from the Diglis end.
Kopak runs in, just mimicking her bowling action there. Davina Perrin getting ready in her stance to face the second over of the game. Quite an interesting young cricketer, Davina Perrin. She was part of the ACE programme started by Ebony Rainford Brent, and she's very good, very good bat. Nicely left outside off stump by Davina Perry. Good ball to start with.
Yeah, Perrin batted really well up at Old Trafford. Got a proper examination from England's Kate Cross in that game. Under lights, in wet weather. The game was reduced, in fact, because of the weather that day, and she really stuck it out. It's very impressive.
Kate Kopak runs into bowl, and it's nicely flicked onto the leg side by Davina Perry. They run through for a single. That takes the score on to 7 in the second over. We've had 2 balls of the second over so far.
And as we say, the sunshine lovely here. There was a bit of dew on the grass as I walked over the outfield. I took the shortcut this morning, I have to say. But it's looking a picture out there here at Worcester. 1 or 2 spectators in, which is good to see. You wouldn't necessarily expect a huge crowd for this game at this end of the competition, but it's good to see a few people have got into the ground, which is good.
Eve Jones taking strike now, and she nicely plays that, but for no single. It goes straight to the point region.
But of course, women's sport on such a sort of wave this summer. People are keen to see as much of it as they possibly can, so it's good to see a good few spectators just popping in and sprinkled around the ground.
Kate Kopak running back in to Eve Jones, who plays it, tries to flick it down, but it's too wide, called a wide by the umpire. Leg side wide, and that's an extra to the total for Sparks, taking them to 8 for no loss in the second over.
And I guess big for Scarlett Hughes here, coming into the side as well with the gloves, taking that one cleanly.
Eve Jones just defends that nicely back to the bowler for no run. The score remains on 8.
And as we say, Sunrisers sort of looking for that winning formula. They've come close on so many occasions, close in the T20 against Western Storm earlier in the season, close against Vipers last season as well, but just in this competition it hasn't quite happened for them yet.
Kate Kopak bowls, and Eve plays it nicely down to the third man region. It's running away to the boundary. Oh, and it gets there. It's a very good effort by the field trying to flick it back, but I think it may just have made it to the boundary.
It's one of those, we're all eyes on the umpire here, I think.
And the umpire hasn't signalled a fall, so that's an excellent piece of fielding down there at the boundary, and saved a 4. They've managed to get through for a single.
Yeah, the applause there, I think, from the fielders indicated they didn't think it had gone, and Jack Shantry, the umpire, agreed.
And that's nicely played back to the bowler again, and that's the end of the over. That's the end of the second over, and Sparks have moved on to 11 for no loss. Yeah, neatly blocked to finish there. 11 without loss at the end of the second. It's Sunrisers who are batting here at New Road with Mike Perkins and Samara Afzal, the first Asian woman to play cricket for Warwickshire, of course. And you're there in the Birmingham Phoenix hoodie today, so clearly enjoyed your 100 again this year. I did, Mike. I only got to watch a couple of the games at Edgbaston, but what I saw was really good. Really enjoyed it. I think the 100's really taken off in terms of women's cricket.
Such a brilliant array of players that Phoenix have, of course. Elise Perry and, of course, Sophie Devine are chiefly among them, as this one is driven firmly off the back foot by Eve Jones. She likes that area of the pitch, but couldn't find a way through the infield. It was Datani and Castle there converging on the ball to ensure that it didn't escape the ring, and it's only a dot ball. As in comes Villiers once more. Right arm around the wicket. That one turned appreciably, I have to say. Just pitched and moved away from the left-handed Jones. Of course, off-spinners love bowling a left-hander, don't they?
Every off spinner I know loves bowling at a left-hander. They just like that turn away from the bat that Villiers felt as if she found with that previous dot ball. She'll pick up another one here, although this one was of a length that allowed Jones to dab into the offside. Eve Jones with 4 runs next to her name and just tapping the bat a few more times. Defends slightly, a little bit back, a little bit forward there, but it did the job. The score remains on 11 without loss in this, the 3rd over. Villiers calling a fielder in on the leg side, just behind the square leg umpire. I mentioned Jack Shantry, who of course played for Worcestershire for so many years here. Jan Ibbotson is our other umpire, standing here at the New Road end where the bowling's coming from, and Kelly Castle is across quickly to do the fielding, and she's back doing the captaincy as well. There's Villiers with a white towel in the back of her trousers, twirls away, finds a little bit more turn, although I feel that one was maybe pitching outside leg, which allowed Eve Jones to turn it away. 12 without loss then at the end of the 3rd over. Interesting ploy to go to the spin early on with Villiers here from the Sunrisers.
Yeah, I think it's to probably stem the runs, not to allow Central Sparks to get off to a quick start, and she's bowled quite well, Maddie Villiers. That was a great over, only giving the 1 run, very tight, and you know the batters will have to work quite hard to get runs off her.
You mentioned Scarlett Hughes with the gloves, had plenty of action in the T20 competition, but wasn't involved in the last 50 over game, so she's got the nod today and be looking to make the most of it. She crouches and waits.
And we start the 4th over, and that's nicely flicked onto the leg side. It's running away to the boundary, and it's gone for 4 runs. That's the first boundary for Central Sparks. Eve Jones playing a lovely flick shot there, going into the leg side boundary. That's taken Central Sparks to 12 runs. 16 runs.
Yeah, it's slow on that side, the scoreboard. There is another one round there that's a bit quicker, but today we've got the blind down. So I can't quite see it, so it will just sort of take a moment, I think, to tick over that forward.
Back in. And again, it's nicely flicked off her leg side, off her pads, and that's run 3 for 1 run. Getting Davina Perrin back on strike.
Jodie Grew cut quickly there with the fielding. Another with the towel in the back of the trousers. Clearly that dew is still lingering around, and the Sunrisers fielders feeling the need to have those towels to dry the ball off.
And that's bowled quite straight. Davina Perrin just hits it back to the bowler for no run. I think that's the line and length she's looking for, is to get it more around off stump.
Yeah, she's been accurate enough, Kopak, but has strayed onto the pads a few times, hasn't she? And that's obviously the shorter side when she is bowling at Jones.
As Kopak comes back in, that's nicely driven, but goes straight to the mid-off fielder for no run. Yeah, it's quite, as a bowler, it's quite difficult when you've got a left and a right hand combination as well to adjust.
Yeah, so we're quite a way over on the right-hand side of the square, which is very convenient for us because it helps our angle from the press box here, but it does make the offside for Perrin quite short.
Kopak bowls, and Davina again plays it this time to the mid-on region, straight to the fielder for no run, and the score remains on 17 for no loss.
So I'd say there's 3 strips between the end of the square and the one we're playing on. They're sort of to the right of the one we're playing on, so it's probably about a 65-metre boundary on that offside and a little bigger on the leg. That's for the right-handed Perrin.
Kopak runs in, and Davina Perrin plays it straight back to the bowler for no run.
So 17 without loss after 4. How are you assessing the start here, Samara Afzal?
It's not a bad start from Central Sparks, the main thing being not lost a wicket, so I think they're probably sussing out the pitch, the bowlers, and I think these two we know are capable of scoring big. So once they get themselves set, and if they don't lose a wicket, I think they can both make the run rate quite high. Particularly Eve Jones, we've seen her start slow and then build up and finish at a runner ball.
Yeah, I think it was almost, obviously there was a bit of a collapse last week for the Sparks, and I think it was almost the fact that they expect Eve Jones is just going to bat 35 overs regardless every week, and she didn't, and there was a clatter of wickets, and they were 7 down very quickly last week, and it was a bit of a shock for people flicking onto that scorecard. That first ball returned, having been turned to the leg side for no addition to the scoreboard, as Villiers continues her work in the power play. Nice bit of flight on that, and Jones's drive is not quite working the way she would hope yet. Of course, all pitches at this time of year will have been used on plenty of occasions, so you can see the sort of footmarks around the crease already, even though we're only in the early stages as Villiers bowls. Again, I felt that one was just pitching outside leg, which maybe on another day would have given Eve Jones more of an opportunity to have a swing at that one, but she didn't there. Was just circumspect and ensuring she prizes her wicket and keeps it intact. As here comes Villiers again, bowls. That kept a slight bit low. Perhaps it was more a misjudgment from Jones. You're never entirely sure. Great to already have nearly 100 of you joining our stream here at a sunny Worcester. Make sure you stay with us for as much of the day as possible. Blue, beautiful skies here, and it's bowled. And Maddie Villiers has got the wicket. She's been probing away at Eve Jones, who is out there misjudging a cut stroke. She seemed to misjudge the ball before. We were speculating whether it kept a bit low. There was nothing wrong with that next one. It just crept through. A great bit of bowling from Maddie Villiers, turning away slightly, but if anything, just going on with the arm and just cramping Jones for room, who is again out cheaply. Since this return, 10 this time. The score is 17 for 1. Samara Afzal.
Yeah, big wicket for Sunrisers. Eve Jones, the best player, the best batter for Central Sparks, has gone. I think she was just trying to get some runs off Villiers, but she's been bowling to a fantastic line and length and has completely cramped her. And as she tried to cut that ball, it just went straight onto the stumps. Not a great start for Central Sparks now, having lost their main batter, but we've got, I think, is it Amy Campbell coming in?
I think it's Abby Freeborn is
Okay.
coming out to join Davina Perrin in the middle now.
Yep.
Certainly that was the what I heard from the announcer. That may well have found its way to you at home as well, but there's work to do here because Jones is out. Of course, it was a collapse in the previous game for Central Sparks as well. They will have been disappointed, losing by 59 runs to South East Stars, chasing 255 in that game. They found themselves 84 for 7 before Georgia Davis's 50 and got support from Liz Russell and Grace Potts there as that one turns past the outside edge of Abby Freeborn. And Sunrisers opening with spin, and I'm already getting the impression that might be quite a wise tactic. They've also got Grace Scrivens, of course, who they can turn to, and is very useful in that respect. But I think that decision has been justified there, Samara Afzal.
Yeah, absolutely. When you get a wicket in the first few overs, it's definitely justified. And we actually are seeing that more and more now with teams in the limited overs competition opening with spinners. I think I find it more with the women's game. I'm not sure why than the men's, but it is a tactic that really works. As Kate Kopak comes back into bowl to Davina Perrin, who plays it. I don't know if it was intentional, but she's played it down to the third man boundary, and it's gone for 4 runs. That's a much needed boundary for Central Sparks. Gruquak trying to stop the ball, but not getting there.
Yeah, it's a big outside edge, wasn't it? And it just found its way past the left-hander Scrivens, who's quite wide as the only slip, and just couldn't get enough on it to stop it.
Kopak back into bowl to Davina, who this time lets it go outside off stump, and it carries straight to the keeper for no run.
And yeah, I mean, on that point about spin in women's cricket, you're right, it seems to be less so in 50 over cricket that it gets used. It gets used quite a lot, I suppose, in the T20 blast, doesn't it? You see teams opening with spinners there, but it's proved the right approach here.
Yep, there's Davina Perrin. Again, lets that go outside off stump and to the keeper. This is a great line from Kopak, just bowling outside off stump, making it difficult to score.
Well, Callie Castle is going to go have a word with a wicket-keeper and slip cord, and I thought she was, for a moment, bringing herself in as a second slip. She'd really liked what she'd seen from a bowler probing around off stump, but she returns to short cover, and I think the request is basically stand nice and close. And again, I think that's another indication that this is quite a warm pitch late in the season.
Davina Perrin plays that straight, defends it, and that's no run again. And it's the score remains on 21 for 1 for Central Sparks.
And again, having to crouch down very low there, Davina Perrin. And again, it seems quite a worn surface. As I say, we can see those foot marks.
Davina Perrin tries to play that off and tries to flick it onto the leg side, but misses, and it carries through to the keeper. And that's no run, although I thought it might be signalled a wide.
Yeah, maybe just took a little bit of thigh guard on the way through, but it was only a sort of bit of fabric, if anything. Kept very low, though, again, to the wicket keeper, who's trying to stand as close as she can.
And Davina's hit that. She's hit it airbound, but it has managed to go over the point region and go into the boundary and that's a much-needed boundary for the Sparks. It was a slightly risky shot. She did hit it straight in the air, and it didn't look as though she timed it as well as she wanted to time it, but it got the desired result of 4 runs.
Did 25 for 1 then the score, and we've now had the 6 overs in this game, and the wicket of Eve Jones and perhaps some of the shots from Davina Perrin indicating that this surface is going to be tricky to score on today, and I feel anything in that kind of 150 to 200 region could be a good score here, but it's very early to call that. There was a game at Southport that I called very early and was thinking that it was going to be a big scoring pitch, and then the spinners came on and changed it. Well, we seem to be seeing the reverse here, as coming into the attack is Sonia Patel by the looks of things, and she's going to be bowling from this new road end. So Villiers has got a wicket and has been replaced in the attack, and it will be seam here as in comes Patel, right arm over the wicket, down the leg side. That will be a wide ball. 26 for 1 the total moves on to. You can see the sun sort of glinting off the pitch, so that it's been sort of rolled nice and hard. So it is sort of just the case of this time of year. It can be quite difficult to keep those pitches in good nick, as Sonali Patel bowls another one in towards the pads, scampering through, but no contact made, and that will be another wide ball. So 28 for 1 the board will whir onto. They whir these days rather than clicking and clacking as they used to. And Sonali Patel at the back of her run waits for Perrin to mark her guard purposefully, just raking away at the ground. Feels this will require a watchful innings, although she chanced her arm in that last over, didn't she? She got the look, I suppose, with the edge going short and through the slips, and then hit one over the infield as well. As this is short, and Perrin's gone big, and that's 6. What a great shot that is from Davina Perrin, rocking onto that back foot and lifting the ball over the backward square leg boundary for 6 runs. 34 for 1 the score moves on to.
And it seems as if Perrin's decided if there is any qualms in this surface, she's going to try and attack and take her score on quickly. She's on 20 off 19. Very impressive from the young batter.
That was a lovely shot. It was a quite short ball from Sonali Patel, but she rocked back and pulled it nicely for a 6.
Patel under a bit of pressure, 2 wides, and she's been hit now for 2 boundaries, because that's going to be a 4 through the offside. Classical strokes these from Davina Perrin. This time it was a cut stroke, went well in front of square, beat the cover fielder on their right hand. The right-handed Davina Perrin takes the score on to 38 for 1. We know she can bat, and she's showing some strokes at the moment. Of course, it's just a fledgling innings at this stage, but, well, Sonali Patel under even more pressure. 2 wides and now a 6 and a 4 against her in the first over, and Perrin is across in orderly fashion just to show that she has that defensive capability as well that she showed up at Old Trafford, albeit in a losing cause earlier in the season. No run there.
Not sure, Mike, the reason for taking Maddie Villiers off. I always think, as a captain, if your bowler's done brilliantly,
particularly if they've taken a wicket, that's usually you get even if you're bowling terribly and you get a wicket, you usually get another one as that one goes through outside the off stump. Perrin again looking for the cut stroke, but didn't quite manage to get any contact on it. There's a few more spectators make their way in the distance. A few more adding as well to our numbers on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Do make sure you hit the like button as well. Helps others find it as this one is driven up to mid-off. There is no run on that occasion. And Patel, to be fair to her, having started off with a couple of wides and a couple of boundaries, is doing a good job getting through the middle part of this over. We should remind you as well and put this game into a little bit of context in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, as this one is bowled short of a length and clapped away towards Kelly Castle, who does the fielding at short extra cover, and the captain helps Patel get through her first over. There's a long discussion between the pair of them, but hopefully that's a sign that Patel is now going to settle into the spell. 38 for 1, a 6 and a 4 though from Perrin. Elsewhere in the competition we have Lightning against South East Stars. It's South East Stars who are batting there. They're 16 for 1 after 5 overs. And Northern Diamonds versus Southern Vipers is an interesting one. Vipers batting 30 for 2. Those two, of course, met in the final of the competition last year. They're the top 2 in the league at the moment. So they are playing for top spot and an automatic place in the final this year. But the loser will go into an eliminator against a South East Stars, who are currently in 3rd position. Of course, we lost that game last Friday, which means everything's decided going into these final round of fixtures, but still plenty to play for these players out there.
As we start the 8th over, Abby Freeborn on strike, and she plays that nicely, a back foot drive straight to mid-off for no run.
Neat stroke, but Kopak continuing here from the Diglis end with the Basil D'Oliveira stand in the distance behind it. And it's sort of light green seating that is just coming into the sunshine as the shadow peels back during the morning.
Kopak comes in, and that's a good ball. Full and yorked Abby Freeborn there, who just manages to dig it out for no run.
She was almost looking as if, how dare you? How dare you make me reach the toe of my bat down there at this stage in the innings? But it was a very good yorker, as you say. Bit of sunshine glinting off the windscreen of one of the cars in the distance. Lovely scene here.
Kopak running into bowl again to Abby Freeborn, who tries to play it down leg side. It's signalled a wide by the umpire, but they manage to run through for a single as well. That's 2 runs, 1 for the wide and 1 for the run. And that's taken the Central Sparks score to 40 for the loss of 1 wicket. Eve Jones, the first batter to get out, who was bowled by Villiers. We're into the 8th over, and Kopak running back into bowl to Davina Perrin, who plays a beautiful shot onto the leg side, and they run through for 1 run.
Yep, just the one on offer to Patel, I think it is, down there, contemplating the work she has to do with the ball.
mean, struggled in her first over, but I suppose mainly due to the class of Davina Perrin.
Is that a fox in the background running away?
It does look like a fox, goodness me. Just over towards the covers and hopping over the boundary rope and then over the advertising hoarding and off away into the green seating and out into the city of Worcester. Well, that's unusual. You sometimes see a dog or a cat, but not often a fox.
No. It probably lost its way to Leicester and it shouldn't be here, not Worcester.
Well, yes, indeed. That's where the Lightning game is taking place today.
Kopak running back into bowl to Abby Freeborn, who plays it for a single to the short mid-wicket region. They run through. There's a attempt to hit the stumps and run them out, but they've both made their crease.
Yeah, I wonder if that fox had a bit of a big night and maybe went to sleep under sort of one of the coverings at the far end or something like that, and then all of a sudden woke up in the sunshine with people inside the ground cricket going on and had to scarp her away. How unusual.
A fox that likes to watch cricket. Kopak back into Davina Perrin, who plays a beautiful drive, and that's going to run away to the boundary. So that's gone through mid-off region for 4 runs. That was beautiful shot, all very well timed. It just flew off the bat, didn't it, for 4 runs?
Yeah, off the back foot as well. Such a classy shot that. She's hit the 6, which was classy in itself. 6s are often a brute strength, but Perrin's was classy, and the cut and the forcing shot now have been classy as well.
Back into bowl to Perrin, who plays another lovely drive, this time straight to the mid-off fielder for no run. And the Sparks score goes to 46 for 1, and that's the end of the 8th over. What do you think, Mike?
Well, we've been talking about the emergence of Davina Perrin, and as I say, I'm reluctant this early in an innings to get too excited about anything and to make calls on exactly what sort of a pitch it is. Certainly in the last 2 overs, Davina Perrin has made it look a very benign one indeed. And interestingly, I think Maddie Villiers is coming back into the attack. But you're always looking in a game like this for something just to catch your eye, aren't you? And the batting of Davina Perrin yet again is doing that. And you said you wouldn't have taken her off. Maddie Villiers is straight back on Samara Afzal, so clearly the captain, Kelly Castle of the Sunrisers, is on the same wavelength as you.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't have taken her off, not after having taken a wicket and having only bowled 3 overs and 3 very good overs. And she's back on, and let's see if she can put that pressure back onto the Sparks team again.
7 for 1, including a maiden. The Patel over went for 13, so she's understandably been taken out, and still bowling in this power play. Villiers floats it up and it's driven. That's neatly played actually by Freeborn. It's going to roll away over the grass out towards the boundary. They'll take 2, think about a 3rd. It's not on though, and Freeborn will be feeling quite happy with that actually. She's got onto the back foot. It was the downfall of the left-handed Eve Jones, but the right-handed Freeborn there playing the ball away very nicely indeed. She's on to 3. 48 for 1 is the score as we aim from a Sunrisers point of view to escape the power play. Sparks looking to add a few more. Of course, it's got a bit of an autumnal feel today. I think I rather grumpily at the One Day International the other day when I had to put my jumper on declared that summer was over, but it's not quite. We've still got a bit more cricket to squeeze out. A fantastic weekend of women's cricket next week at Lords. We've got a One Day International there, and then the final of this competition, of course. The Eliminator takes place mid-week. These 2 sides, unfortunately for them, can't make it there, but they will be looking to build for next season. Unusual for Sparks not to be competing for a final. They're usually there or thereabouts in these regional competitions, as that one turned leg side brings another run to Freeborn. She's on to 4, 49 for 1. And really, from the Sparks' point of view, generally the pattern has been they've been there or thereabouts for the final, but the big games it just hasn't quite happened for them. But in this competition this year, they'll really be scratching their heads about, well, why hasn't it quite happened for us? It has been quite disjointed. As we say, they lost a lot of overs in that game at Old Trafford just before the break. That won't have helped, as that one is turned away by Perrin into the leg side. It brings up the 50 for Sparks, 50 for 1. And with the loss of Eve Jones for just the 10 runs bowled by Maddie Villiers, they will be very happy with that indeed, because it's allowing Perrin to show off her shots, and it's allowing Freeborn to settle in, who raises her bat, gets her hands high, but misses that one as it creeps past her bat on the outside edge. 50 for 1 it remains.
Yeah, and I think going back to your point with Sparks, I think there's been a lot of England international games, so it's not helped. They've lost key players like Amy Jones and Izzy Wong.
Turns back in, cuts over the head of slip. It would have been an incredible grab because it went quick and it went high, and it goes for 4 runs. 54 for 1 the total moves on to Scrivens, who will be close because of the low bounce on the pitch. Well, that one got up onto the outside edge of Freeborn's bat. It was a genuine edge, but I suppose the old saying is if you're going to flash, flash hard, and she flashed over the head of Scrivens, who nearly ended up with a broken pair of sunglasses on top of her hat there, because that went quick and was past her in a flash.
She hit that quite hard. Didn't mean to hit it there, but...
Here's Villiers, throwing this one up. Freeborn driving down the onside. That will be a dot ball. And a call of over from Joanne Ibbotson brings the 9th to an end. 54 for 1. Potential chance in it, flashing over the head of Freeborn. We've also seen Perrin edge one through the slips, but none of them have gone to the hands for Sunrisers. And when you're looking for your first win in a competition, it can, it can feel as if things are going against you sometimes.
Yeah, I think Central Sparks will be quite happy with this score, 54 off 9 overs. Davina Perrin on 30 off just 28 balls. Abby Freeborn 8 off 9 balls. And Kate Kopak will continue the bowling. She bowls to Davina Perrin, who plays that nicely onto the leg side, and Sonali Patel running in there to stop the ball, and that's 1 run added to the Sparks total to take them to 55.
Some excellent batting on show in this power play, and they'll be trying to, they will be keeping it around about 1 a ball, won't they? Which I think, when you have wickets in hand, is a fair way to go about the power play.
Abby Freeborn taking strike to Kopak as she runs into bowl. She goes onto the back foot and plays that straight. It goes to mid-on for no run.
Now I'm just going to do a very, very quick little check of the streams and just make sure they're all working in the various places we're looking after. So I will leave you for the moment with Samara Afzal, of course, first Asian woman to play for Warwickshire, and bringing you the commentary here today of Central Sparks.
Kopak continues her over with Abby Freeborn on strike, and she drives that straight, and it's a great diving effort by the bowler to stop the ball, and that's no run. We're here from Worcester. It's a beautiful ground. We've got the cathedral in the background. The sun's out. We've got a few spectators as well. It's the last game of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and you're watching Central Sparks playing against the Sunrisers. Sunrisers has unfortunately not yet registered a win in this tournament, so they will be looking to get their first win today. Comeback balls. Abby Freeborn misses that, and it's collected by the fielder that short point, and that's no run, keeping the total on 55 for 1. We're into the 10th over of this first innings. Sunrisers won the toss and they decided to field first. Kopak running into ball, this time to Abby Freeborn, who drives it straight, and it's good effort from the mid-on fielder, but they still managed to run through for 1, taking Sparks' score to 56. So the last game of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, Sunrisers yet to win, and Central Sparks have only registered 1 win in the tournament as well so far. Unfortunately, one of their big players, Amy Jones, has been on England duty. Izzy Wong has also been on England duty. Sarah Glenn was away for the T20s playing for England. That's a nice drive by Davina Perrin, but manages to find the fielder at mid-off, and that's no runs off the last ball of that over, and that completes 10 overs for the Central Sparks, and they are 56 for 1, so quite a decent run rate at 5.6. It's not been the easiest pitch to bat on. And we are going to continue, I think, with Maddie Villiers at the other end. She's going to bowl the 11th over. She's bowled really well so far. She got a big wicket. She managed to bowl out Eve Jones. She'll now start the 11th over with Abby Freeborn on strike. And Abby just defends that nicely back to the bowler for no run. The sun's shining bright here on the new road ground here at Worcester. Villiers comes back into bowl. Abby Freeborn goes onto the back foot. She tries to slap that away. It's gone straight to point, but they managed to run through for a single. That's good running between these two, between Davina Perrin and Abby Freeborn. Davina Perrin, a very exciting young player, just a teenager. She's batting on 31 off 30 balls. She's played some lovely shots today all around the ground. Let's see if she can hopefully carry on and get to 50. Villiers back into bowl to Davina, who defends that nicely for no run. Sunrisers winning the toss here today and electing to field first. The fielding's been quite good. Villiers comes back into Davina Perrin, who goes on the back foot and defends that straight back to the bowler for no run. Lots of cricket coming up. Summer hasn't yet finished. Villiers back into bowl, and Davina plays that straight in the air, and it just escapes the hands of Villiers there. She tried to catch that but has gone just over her hands. No runs scored. Very close to being out. Villiers just making some adjustments there in the field. She comes back into bowl to Davina Perrin, who plays that nicely. She's played it straight and it's gone past the fielder at mid-off, and it's gone straight for 4 runs. That's a wonderful shot by Davina Perrin. That takes her score on to 35 and takes the Central Spark score on to 61 for 1, and that concludes the 11th over. So this is a good start here by Central Sparks, especially after having lost Eve Jones quite early on, who got bowled by Villiers.
Thank you there, Samara. You've done a sterling job there. I was panicking about something, and then I realised I was on a stream from a month ago, and everything is working. They are on at Lightning for South East Stars, where you can hear Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford. Here, of course, you have myself, Mike Perkins, and Dr. Samara Afzal, and then you have Kevin James and I think it's Jem Green with him doing Southern Vipers v Northern Diamonds at Headingley.
Kopak still continuing to bowl. That's a nice shot by Abby Freeman. She hits it to the mid-off region for 1 run. That's collected nicely. That takes the Central Spark score to 62 for 1.
So yep, you're spoilt for choice here today across the streams, and do have a look at all of them, and do sort of dip around the commentaries and have a listen to what's going on. But the batting of Perrin is well worth watching here at New Road.
That's a lovely straight drive, gone straight to the mid-on fielder for 1 run. Her batting partner Abby Freeborn just jumping over the ball there, and to not obstruct her shot. She's playing some lovely drives here, Davina Perrin. Great to watch. Kopak running back into bowl. Davina Perrin still on strike. Oh, and that's a big peel for LBW as she tried to almost cut that shot across the line and hit her pads, but the umpire not interested.
Yeah, straight away looking at the feet there was Jack Shantry at the Diglas end, which indicated he perhaps wasn't as interested as the fielding side were, who you feel need something like that at the moment.
Yeah, they'll be looking for another couple of quick wickets. Got back here, back into Davina Perrin, who plays a beautiful shot. She swipes that across the leg side, and it's gone for 1 run, collected by Sonali Patel. Brings Abby Freeborn back on strike, who's batting on 11 off 16 deliveries. Davina Perrin has moved on to 36 off just 37 deliveries, and the Central Sparks are on 63 for 1 in their 12th over. Kopak runs into ball, this time to Abby Freeborn, who plays it straight back to her for no run.
Yeah, dug it out well there, did Freeborn. He's playing a crucial role. It just feels as if Perrin's almost taken a step back to recompose herself and potentially go again here. She's, what, 36 off 37 now, having been above 1 a ball earlier in her innings. So Sunrisers have slowed her slightly.
Abby Freeborn on strike, and she's played that straight, and it's gone past the umpire, and it's running away towards a boundary, and it reaches the boundary. That's a great shot, great drive that's gone for 4 runs.
It seemed to gain momentum, that ball, as it went. It was going fairly slowly to begin with, and then it just seemed to get quicker and quicker and quicker, and eventually roll away for 4 down the ground. And it was as good a shot as you can wish to play at the crease in a game of cricket, that, because it was just hit firmly and straight, and you can't put any fielders there, can you? Is the way to look at it.
No, it did pick up momentum, didn't it? And earlier we saw on the other side of the ground, the opposite happened. The ball slowed down as it reached the boundary, so I was expecting it to slow down, but it just sped away there for 4 runs. It was a lovely shot.
Now the captain, Kelly Castle, coming into the attack. I've seen this season, Samara, a few times you've had the cricket gear on, so it feels as if you've had a decent summer of playing as well as watching cricket. I know you were talking about getting to a couple of the 100 games, but it seems as well you've managed to squeeze in a bit of club cricket, a bit of softball cricket, I think, with your daughter I was seeing, as well as Kelly Castle bowls, and this one is hit down the onside of the wicket. Jodie Grucock is back at long on. There is 1 more added to the total, 68 for 1.
Yes, I've been playing for West Bromwich Dartmouth, and we've been playing a couple of softball leagues and also hardball cricket. It's the first time that they've actually had a hardball girls team. So we've played 16 over pairs cricket, which has been a lot of fun.
In comes Castle, bowling, right arm over, just snuck one onto the pad of Freeborn, but it was always creeping down the leg side, and a leg by is confirmed. 69 for 1 the total moves on to. So what's the sort of state of women's cricket then in the West Midlands at club level? Because I think there was a bit of the original plan, I think, was to have regional cricket and just club cricket, as this one is bowled to Perrin, who turns leg side, but we've seen the introduction of kind of a middle tier with the counties now, with this West Midlands Cup competition that, of course, Worcestershire got to the final of. What's the feeling amongst club players now about kind of in this part of the world, in the Midlands, and particularly around the sort of the Birmingham area down into Worcestershire, out into sort of towards Shropshire, of course, which this team, Central Sparks, represent, and up towards Staffordshire. What's the feeling of where club cricket's at the moment?
I think it's a pretty good place, because not only have we now got with club teams the 50 over format, we've now also got this 16 over format, which is almost like a starting step for clubs that have newly started their women's section. Here's
Castle trying to deliver another dot. She will concede runs here. Whether they were off the bat, we'll find out in just a moment. There was an attempted sweep by Perrin. There's a tumbling stop down there on the boundary, which is effective enough and keeps the scoring to 3. There was a tap at the leg from the umpire, so they will go down as leg buys rather than to the total of Perrin. 72 for 1 the board moves on to. I may go move the little blind, actually, just so we can see the other scoreboard at some point today, provided it doesn't bother anyone in the press box, as Castle bowls, and she will get a dot ball this time. It's driven down the offside of the pitch. There is no scoring to be done there, as Mia Rogers returns the ball with some considerable figure. 72 for 1 then. We have had 13 overs of this game. We're just chatting a little bit about club cricket, and in particular women's club cricket in the West Midlands. So West Bromwich Dartmouth, that's the ground by the football ground, isn't it?
It is.
It's sort of, I think I've spent quite a windy day there on one occasion, but I imagine when the sun comes out there, it can be quite a nice spot.
Yeah, it's a great club. It's kind of associated with some former England players as well. Moeen Ali's played for the club at one point as well. They've got a great setup there. Some really good coaches. They've got the All Stars and Dynamo set up there as well, where I take my little one. So it's nice. And we actually got to the finals of the 16 over tournament, and we played in Stoke at a place called Oakham, quite a nice scenic ground. And we're actually debating whether to enter our team now into the main 50 over competition for next season, but it is quite a step up. We've got a few county players there as well.
So it sounds like it's thriving to me, really, at West Bromwich Dartmouth.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of interest, and people message me on Twitter and asking how to join, so it's great. And I think the future is very bright for women's cricket. As there's a change of bowling, Grace Scrivens comes in and she bowls to Davina Perrin, who hits that just over the head of mid-wicket there, and almost thought that was going to be out. Caught Kopak there, who jumped in the air to try and catch that ball, but it just went over her head, and Davina Perrin got a single.
I was debating, I couldn't quite see it as the picture flashed up to our left on the slight delay, whether there was fingertips on that one. It was very close, only just clearing the fielder there, Perrin.
Scriven back into Abby Freeborn, who plays that nicely round to the leg side, and they think about a second, but they run through for one. Sonali Patel collects that ball nicely.
Because there has been an element of risk to the Perrin innings, despite the classiness of it. She's gone through the slips once, albeit on the ground, and she's gone just over a fielder there. She went over the point region as well, so she's taken her risks as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of airbound shots that were close to being caught. Scrivens comes back into the run, and Perrin, who defends that nicely, back to her for no run. Sparks now on 74 for 1. I think this is a very good start for them. We're only into the 14th over of the game so far.
And you're right to mention the Dynamo's cricket as well.
That's a lovely shot. It's cut through, and it's collected there by the deep mid-off fielder for 1 run.
Because that and the All Stars programme, I guess in lots of parts of the country, that's going to be very much the future of a lot of cricket clubs in a lot of parts of the country.
As Scrivens comes back into Abby Freeborn, who drives that nicely but straight to the mid-off fielder for a no run. Yeah, I think it's a great programme, the All Stars and the Dynamos, because clubs can then use it to kind of hunt for players who they can get into hardball cricket. Of course, it's suitable for everybody, those who don't want to go into mainstream hardball cricket as well. Scrivens back into ball. Abby Freeborn tries to play that, tries to cut it, but she misses it, and it goes straight to the keeper for no run.
As the over comes to an end, Samara Afzal with myself, Mike Perkins, here at New Road, Worcester, which is looking glorious. We've got a few Simpsons clouds in the distance, and the sky is largely blue as the fielders return to their positions at the far end, the New Road end here at Worcester, where Kelly Castle, the captain, will be doing the bowling from, and she has a chat to her mid-off fielder. We have Jodie Grucock as well, who's just coming in from long on to mid-on. We have a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, one in the ring nice and straight, and then we also have a 45 as Castle bowls, and that's not her best, if we're honest. 76 for 1 as it goes through outside the off stump. We also have backward point, short cover on the boundary, and mid-off on the offside for Kelly Castle, who also has a backward square leg, I've just noticed, under the tree out towards the car park, and that's where the ball is diverted, and there will only be a single on offer as the fielding is done well there on the far side by Ola Renshaw. 77 for 1 the score moves on to. And there's plenty of encouragement from the Sunrisers here, Samara, but it feels as if they need a wicket. Let's see if Castle can get it here. It's again not her best ball outside the off stump, and this time Freeborn decides she'll tuck into that one and hits it away for 4 runs. Really lovely shot. 81 for 1. And we were saying the pitch perhaps wasn't looking the best, but actually the more these two get in, the better it's looking.
Yeah, the ball seems to be coming on quite nicely now to the bat. Some really well-timed shots we've seen going to the boundary. That one was a great cut shot by Freeborn that has gone straight to the boundary.
All along the floor from Freeborn. What could she get this time? Looks for another cut, but doesn't get the ball past backward point, where the formidable figure of Kopak does the fielding. 81 for 1. Formidable in the sense that she's hard to get past rather than in terms of stature necessarily. Stands there, hands on hips, and makes her walk in as Captain Castle comes into bowl, mixing up her pace, and Castle is there to do the fielding off her own bowling and add another dot ball to the analysis. See another spectator making their way past the ladies' pavilion on the far side. There are plenty of the Sparks team sat in the Graham Hick pavilion to our right as Kopak bowls, and this one's driven back to her again, and the score remains on 81 for 1, and there's encouragement from Grewcock there as Ditani seems to be getting loose at the far end and is perhaps going to come into the attack with her seam at some point soon. The Cathedral standing still and statuesque in the distance. We had a minute's silence, of course, for Queen Elizabeth II at the start of this game, and the national anthem was played. Noticed a lot of floral tributes on one of the monuments as I drove through Worcester this morning. A quiet Worcester on a Saturday morning, as this one's cut away. It's cut away nicely. It's got a chance to go for 4, and it does. Freeborn with her second boundary in the over. She went to the right of the fielder out there earlier in the over, and she goes to the left of her this time. 2 boundaries in the over, 85 for 1. A very profitable one for the Sparks, Samara Afzal.
Yes, that's a good over there for the Sparks. They're doing really well, actually. 85 for 1. I think this might be their best start so far in the whole tournament.
I have to have a look at that and see what their opening stands have been actually. But yeah, it's certainly, or their early stands if you like, because this of course is for the second wicket of the innings. But they won't have been in too many positions as good as this, you wouldn't have thought, because they're ticking along very nicely indeed.
Scrivens comes back into bowl, doing a Perrin on strike. She goes onto the back foot. She plays that nicely, but it's collected well by the bowler.
And what's your feeling here? I mean, it's early days with Scrivens. Obviously, she's just into the attack here. But are we seeing as she bowls again?
Scrivens backing. That's flicked onto the leg side for no run.
Apologies, I was waffling on there. But I don't feel we're seeing as much sort of turn and variation as we did from Villiers.
No, she's not getting the same amount of turn, and the batter seems to be playing her quite comfortably as Davina goes back onto the back foot, and she hits that nicely into the offside boundary, and it's gone for 4 runs. Another lovely shot there from Davina Perrin. Just love how she rocks back onto her back foot and just plays that so elegantly.
It's just effortless, and she just has time and all the things you say about a classy batter, really. She just has class about her. But, as we say, it's still early days. She got 46, I think, up at Old Trafford.
Again, she rocks back onto the back foot and again played onto the offside, this time for a run.
She's on to 45 now here at New Road, so looking to make an impact in this game.
Abby Freeborn now taking strike as Scrivens comes back in to bowl. That's almost an edge. It's running down onto the third man region, and it's gone for 4 runs. Don't think she quite meant to hit it there, but a good result for Central Sparks nonetheless.
Yeah, it was an edge, but a controlled edge, if you like. She managed to keep it on the floor and send it away behind square for 4 runs, and did so well. But the bowler will take something from that delivery as well, you would imagine.
Yep, some encouragement there. Scrivens comes back into bowl to Abby Freeborn, who plays it off the middle of a bat, this time straight to the mid-off fielder for no run, and that's the end of the 16th over. Central Sparks 94 for 1, Davina Perry on 45, and Abby Freeborn playing nicely on 28.
Yeah, Perrin going along very nicely here indeed. 45 to her name. She's, as we say, still only a teenager, but a teenager who is already starting to excel in that black Central Sparks shirt, and she has made some notable innings this year. As I say, up at Old Trafford she got a real working over and was able to just find a way through that, and I think she's showing far more freedom today, really. Played 4 games in the competition last season, got a high score of 43 there, so she's, I suppose, getting around about these marks of the 40s, and it's just whether she can kick on now and whether she can get through onto a really big score that really will make an impact on the game, as a captain who's departed today, Eve Jones, out for 10, so often does. We're getting a change of bowling here. Jodie Grucock is going to come into the attack, and we'll see what she can produce from this New Road end of the ground. Just assessing the positions more than anything of the fielders here, swapping Kopak over to short 45. Also has a point, a deep cover, a short extra cover, a mid-off as this one's thrown up, and that was a very loopy delivery that was obligingly blocked by Perrin. I think if she gets too many more of those, she might not necessarily be adopting that approach, but as the first ball she thought she'd have a look. Now that one was a better ball and it's out. Perrin is gone for 45. She's furious that one has crept through. The first ball was a real loopy Yorker that Perrin played defensively, and then the next one was much flatter, much more in the area you'd want from your off spinner, and it's just crept through and onto the stumps, and Davina Perrin is out. 45 of 51 balls. It feels, as good as the innings was, almost as if it's a chance wasted, Samara Afzal.
Yeah, exactly. I think she was playing very well off that back foot, but then completely misjudged that one. It kept a little bit low, and she went onto the back foot, but then it went past and bowled her. This is, she'll be disappointed with that, not able to take this score. I think she's been out a few times in the 40s now.
Again, though, it was from the New Road end, cramping the batter for room slightly, it felt, and just looking for that cut shot, but it was played well by Freeborn the previous over to the medium pace, but to the spin it seems to just be cramping batters, and that's 2 dismissals, one of a right-hander, one of a left-hander, both the openers gone in that fashion, just getting cramped for room by the spin bowler. And Grucock's had an immediate impact. I mean, I was a little bit worried by that first delivery, I have to say. It was so loopy that I was thinking, goodness me, she can't bowl too many of those and get away with it. But the second ball was spot on the dot as Amy Campbell walks out to the wicket for Central Sparks.
It was almost as though Davina thought she missed out on that, so she had to get runs off that next ball, and unfortunately it bowled her.
Yeah, just maybe trying to manufacture something to keep the scoring moving.
But Amy Campbell, we know, can bat well as well. She's joined from Northern Diamonds, hasn't she, this season, playing for Central Sparks, and she's got a few 50s to her name, so she'll be looking to get a good partnership here.
Here's Grewcock again, bowling to Campbell, who chops down on a ball that probably, if she left, might have actually even been a wide. Nothing more frustrating than that, I suppose, to hit a ball that perhaps you would have got a run and an extra delivery for anyway, but maybe Grewcock was just playing with that wide line as that one again floated up. It's a leg spinning action, isn't it, from Grewcock, but she almost seems to roll the wrist on it and almost bowl a googly. Let's have another look at it now as she comes in again, floated up, and more conventional delivery there from Grewcock, cramping the batter for room as she came down. Really uses the flight here, hasn't conceded a run so far, has picked up the wicket of Davina Perrin, which is crucial. She'd hit 6 fours and a 6 before her dismissal for 45, one short of her best score of the competition of 51 balls. Her best score in Rachel Hay Flint Trophy cricket full stop was that 46 at Old Trafford, but 45 to G'day at New Road. She will score plenty more runs, no doubt. The other batter out is Eve Jones, who was bowled by Maddie Villiers for 10 of 17 balls, hitting 1-4. It's now Campbell and Freeborn at the wicket, and Campbell started with a couple of dots there. 94 for 2. We have 33 overs remaining in this innings.
Yeah, Sunrisers will be quite happy with that wicket. They needed that to try and stem the runs a little bit. Sparks doing quite well with 94 off just 17 overs. Scriven stays on to bowl. Abby Freeborn on strike as she comes in, and Abby just goes onto the back foot, misses that, goes into the keeper for no run.
Now Maddie Villiers, who is such an excellent fielder when she's in full flow, has come to a really sort of interesting gully position, takes a pace left now as well.
Abby Freeborn plays that straight to the mid-on region, and that's no run.
Some of the fielding videos the England camp were putting out of Maddie Villiers over the winter in Australia were really quite something to behold. There's not a lot gets past her.
Abby Freeborn almost edges that, and it goes past the slip region. It's running away towards the boundary, and will it get there? Oh, and it's well stopped there by Kopak, and she saves a boundary. They run through for 3 runs.
Well, if she'd been a yard to her right where she was earlier in the over, I don't think that would have got past Maddie Villiers, but almost to disprove the point, that ball did escape her right hand as she dived away. But as I say, few better fielders in the game than Maddie Villiers, who is trying to affect something here. It's coming into, I would say, almost a third slip now. So a wide slip to the spinner. Backward square leg going out, got a deep mid wicket as well. Outside the power play now as well, so the fielders allowed outside the ring.
Amy Campbell on strike now. She defends that, and that's a no run.
Or more fielders, should we say. 2 allowed outside the ring in the first 10 overs of the game.
Scrivens comes into bowl. Amy Campbell plays it onto the leg side and straight to the fielder for no run. There's a throw at the stumps, thinking that Abby Freeborn might be outside her crease, but she wasn't.
Campbell still looking for her first run here. Never a nice position to be in. And Sparks approaching their 100 as well. The loss of 2 wickets so far.
Scrivens comes back into bowl. Amy Campbell again plays that onto the leg side, but this time manages to run through for a single. Abby Freeborn in with a dive there just to make her ground.
I quite like that because she dived just to make sure there, and then once she hit the floor and knew she was safe, just checked the helmet was back in the right position, and is sort of tidying herself up now a little bit. Both sides in very dark black kits, but Sparks is the one with the sort of the colourful sort of stars on them. Sunrisers has more of a kind of almost like a red rim to the hat, almost like a sunrise, and the numbers are red on the back of the fielding side's shirts.
There's a bit of black tarpaulin over some of the light green seats in the distance at the Diglis end as well, to allow the white ball we're playing with in this 50 over competition to show up. You can see the white slats of the ladies pavilion away to our right hand side, as well as it's the women on the pitch who are doing the job here. Now, how's that boulder? That is one of those loopy deliveries that Grewcock throws up, and Campbell's attempt to smash the living daylights out of it, frankly, and it's crept past her hip onto the stumps, and she's been bowled leg stump. Well, I don't quite know how Amy Campbell's managed to miss that one, but she's out 98 for 3. A real error from the batter, but these flighted deliveries by Grewcock, we've seen batters try and come down the wicket to them, not quite get there. Of course, Poonam Yadav for years and years and years for India bowled very, very slow loopy deliveries that were very effective, and it seems as if Grewcock's doing the same, but frankly that wasn't a great ball to bring the 3rd wicket of the innings.
No, I almost thought it's a full toss that's going to go down the leg side, but somehow managed to bowl Amy Campbell there. She'll be very cross with herself, I'm sure, and quite a very unlucky way to get out, and she failed to get any runs.
Yes, out for naught. For 1 in the end, Amy Campbell. But and you're right to mention that, because it was a low-scoring innings, and well, she felt there was a boundary on offer there, but just wasn't able to take it. And all of a sudden, Sunrisers just back to where they'd want to be again.
Yeah, definitely 2 quick wickets, so they're back in the game now. 98 for 3. They're going to try and look to get more wickets and try not to let another partnership settle in.
You'd still say it's a position where Sparks should be able to build a total from, as this one is driven, but the slow leg spin of Grewcock is causing real issues here for the Sparks batters. It's Millie Home who's new to the crease, and is waiting over a bat now, which is raised, and she elects to leave this one outside the off stump. It's another dot ball to the analysis of Grewcock, who heads to the back of her mark, runs in again, throws up another leg spinner that Home is watchfully driving back down the pitch, but it just feels a real examination here, a real sort of testing, probing kind of an over from Grewcock, as this one is dabbed into the offside. But the wicket, I felt she got it all wrong, but it was on target, and she was hitting and the batter wasn't, so it's brought the 3rd wicket of the Sparks innings. The big stand between Perrin and Freeborn as the over comes to an end. 98 for 3, another dot ball creeping past the blade of the bat there. And Millie Home and Abby Freeborn have work to do here for the Central Sparks, as there's a chat ongoing between the two batters about how they're quite going to go about establishing a partnership. They'll be hoping for something similar to the 77 that was put on between Freeborn and Perrin, but since then 2 wickets lost on 94 and 98, as Samara Afzal will take you through the next over from the Diglis end.
We're about to start the 20th over. Grace Scrivens coming back into bowl to Abby Freeborn, who goes onto the back foot, and she cuts that straight to the point fielder for no run. Sparks on 98 for 3. You're watching the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the last game of the competition for Central Sparks and Sunrisers. Oh, and that's swiped and it's gone over slip region. It's going to run away for 4 runs, and not the shot that Abby would have wanted to play, but she's got the desired result, and that's taken Central Sparks to 102, century up for them in their 20th over. They're going at a good rate, just the 2 quick wickets that they've lost, which they will be disappointed with.
But Villiers just doesn't seem to be able to find the right spot to stand in here. We mentioned she was moved actually a stride to her left. The ball went past her in the previous over, and then again, if she'd been where she is now, which is a further stride to her right, she probably would have had a chance of catching that one as well off Scrivens.
Yep. As the next ball's played nicely by Abby Freeman, but straight to the fielder for no run. Onto the back foot, and that's cut beautifully, but it's collected by the fielder in the deep for just the single, bringing Millie on strike. Millie home.
Yeah, just checking a guard. I mean, the speed with which Sparks are scoring is the thing in their favour here, but the wickets column has rather come back to a more precarious position now with 3 down.
Millie home defends that for no run. The score remains on 103 for 3, and we're in the 20th over.
We'll bring you some scores elsewhere as well.
And that's edged, and it's gone to slip, but it's dropped. Unlucky there, Villiers. She seemed to be in the correct position for that one, but just escaped her hands.
Yeah, it was in a genuine slip position. We've given her the big build-up. Probably did well to get a hand on it. It went quick, but having got there, I think she would have expected to catch that one. She went a long way. It did go quick. Perhaps there are a few who would have even got a hand on that one because it did go fast. But I think having got there, she's pretty disappointed not to bring the demise of Millie home. An eventful over. The 100 up, 103 for 3 at the end of it. But Millie home dropped early on in her innings by Villiers as Grucock throws this one up and will be punished for a flighted delivery by Abby Freeborn down the ground. Well timed, 4 runs, 107 for 3. Freeborn is on to 40. Millie home dropped on 0 though. How costly will that prove to be as Freeborn looks for a partner here at New Road, Worcester? Grucock again. Throws up a leg spinner, turned leg side carefully by Freeborn, who had to watch that one all the way to make sure it was going to connect with her bat. 108 for 3. The total moves on to elsewhere. Southern Vipers 92 for 2 at Headingley against Northern Diamonds in a game which will decide which of those two teams goes straight to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final at Lords next week, and we'll have a full week to prepare for it. The loser will go into an eliminator match against South East Stars. Neither of these sides, 7th and 8th, Central Sparks and Sunrisers respectively in the division, can make the final, but they're looking for little things that will help them in the future, like the innings of Davina Perrin making 45 for the Central Sparks and looking right at home, but just unable to get that first 50 of her Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy career, as this one's driven into the offside here by Home, who's still looking for a first run. That was her 9th delivery without one. She's been dropped in that time as well. It's nervy for the Sparks here, who had a collapse last week, as this one's driven down the offside of the pitch. 108 for 3. Brought a little gasp from you there, Samara. You thought perhaps it was going up in the air, and we've seen Campbell have struggles to get off the mark before being bowled for 1 by Grucock, and now Home is struggling to get the ball away. This is floated up. Home will get the ball away, out to cover, and she'll feel mighty relieved by that. 109 for 3, because it's never nice being on naught, is it? No matter what anyone says.
No, it's such a good feeling when you're off the mark. After that, it doesn't matter, but you don't want a big fat 0 next to your name, not in any game, not even as a tail ender.
No, whoever you are, you do not want to have that big round 0 on the scoreboard next to your name or just in your head. It's can be quite distracting indeed. More conversations for the Sunrisers, looking for their first win in Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy cricket. So whatever anyone might
want to look at the table and think, okay, there's not a lot riding on this. There's a massive amount riding on this for Sunrisers. They need to find a way to get that win on the board and carry something into next season. Laura Marsh now has been doing the coaching job this season.
Scrivers comes back into bowl, and Millie Home plays that nicely, and it's cut, and it's going to run away to the boundary. That's a lovely shot from Millie Home. She's took a while to get off the mark, but now she's got 5 runs in those last couple of deliveries. That takes the Sparks onto 113 for 3.
Well, she looked a different woman there, didn't she, in the crease? All of a sudden, the confidence was there, and she cut it away for 4.
This time she defends it, but still manages to run through for a single as it's collected by deep cover.
Yeah, just sort of pushed her knee into the shot, didn't she, and got the single. And as I say, just looks so much more relaxed. And I'm sure Villiers will be trying not to think that that's already cost 6 runs not being able to cling on.
Abby Freeborn back on goes onto the back foot, and she hits that into deep cover. They run through for a single.
And it is interesting, as I say, I think Villiers did well to get something on that that diving effort at slip, but she slip here for Home.
And that's played for no run. It's just pushed there into the backward point region.
But Villiers is very much now gully, and quite a wide gully for Freeborn.
Oh, that's edged, and it's going to run, and it's running away to the third man region, and it's collected there by Kopak, and they run through for 2 runs.
2 more to the total, 117 for 3. It almost feels as if it's worth a slip and a gully, I have to say, because that one went in the gully region and obviously was away from Villiers.
Again, going just backward of a point, and they run through for a single. Yeah, I think they could do with a gully and a slip, actually, the number of times.
It feels to me like Villiers is trying to cover all bases, and if you just got 2 in there, she wouldn't have to be doing that, and she could just concentrate on her one job rather than diving as wide as she was. So, okay, she might have still been doing that because she was in the right position for that one, but I feel if they just had 2 in there, they'd. But it is an ambitious thing in a game of one-day cricket where you're always keeping an eye on the runs. But I mean, they still picked up 5 off that over, 118 for 3 now. The score with 28 overs of the innings remaining, and it will be Grucock to continue this fairly unique brand of leg spin. Throws it up down the track, comes Home, who's confidently forward and getting a single, and using the fact that she was already down the pitch to keep the scoreboard moving there with a single. Grucock has a fielder out at deep backward square leg and at deep mid-wicket, a more conventional mid-wicket in the ring, as well as 45 and mid-on the leg side. That's where the ball is driven, the last of those positions, mid-on. Rogers there with the fielding. That leaves her 4 fielders for the offside, backward point, cover, mid-off, and a cover fielder on the boundary. So it's more a sort of straight extra cover in the ring, as this one's thrown up and driven neatly out towards the sweeper on the offside, and there is a single. It's Patel who does the sweeping out there on the cover boundary. A little slats away on the front of the ladies' pavilion, and the red tiles on the roof are in the direction where that ball swept, and it's well fielded out there. And back for 2 comes Millie Home, though, who's really motoring, having got that first run. 122 for 3 the score moves on to. And once again, Grucock will throw the ball up, and that's defended neatly by Home. It's a very clean face to the front of that bat. All the sort of stickers have been taken off it. She defended well there. Just feeling her way into the innings. It could have been over on 0, so she'll be trying to make the most of this opportunity she's created herself. And another defensive stroke will allow her to continue. She's on 12, 43 for Freeborn, 122 for 3. We have another 27 overs remaining in the innings, 5 off that latest one, Samara Afzal.
Yep, as just thinking, seeing if there was a change in bowling, but I think Grace Scrivens is going to continue, and she's been quite close to getting a wicket in the last couple of overs.
Finding the edge, isn't she?
She is, yeah. So Sunrisers captain probably thinking, let's persevere to see if we can get that wicket.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be changing it at this stage. They're calling mid-wicket in a bit. They've got 2 out on the leg side. Fielder up as well at mid-on at the Diglis end.
Abby Freeborn batting well on 43 of just 42 balls, going at almost a runner ball. As Scrivens comes into bowl to her and she drives it nicely. It goes just past Point, who has a diving effort to stop the ball, but they managed to still run through for 2 runs. Takes the score to 124. We're into the 24th over now.
Not seeing any Tatani just yet, which is another option that Sunrisers have with the ball, but I think the spin's the way to go here. Villiers proved that at the start. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 for 1 so far. We've also seen Scrivens into her 6th over now. 30 runs conceded from the first 5, but she's created chances in that time.
Abby Freeborn onto the back foot, and she plays that nicely to covers for 1 run. We've seen slip gone for Abby, but Villiers is going to come back into the slip region now for Millie Home. Millie plays that nicely into the covers, drives it for 1 run, taking the Central Spark score to 126 for 3.
Yeah, going along nicely here, just starting to feel relaxed again, this partnership, which came together with a score of 98.
Abby Freeborn back on strike. Oh, and she's bowled. She goes onto the back foot, try to drive that, but she's bowled. That's a lovely ball. And finally, Grace Scrivens getting the much wanted wicket that she was been searching for in the last few overs, and that will be very disappointing for Central Sparks. Abby Freeborn, who was their top scorer, is now out for 46, and that's 4 wickets down for Central Sparks. Mike?
Well, we were saying in those first 5 overs she'd conceded runs, Scrivens, but had looked like taking a wicket, and she's got it there, and it just seems there's always one with a batter's name on it, and on this occasion it was Abby Freeborn's name. As you say, it goes to 46, 1 past Davina Perrin's 45, but again, just a regular fall of wickets, but it makes me think it's going to be tough for the Sunrisers to chase on this, and there's already a reasonable score starting to get mounted on the board at 126 for 4.
Yeah, I think Sparks will still be happy with this score at the moment, and they've still got some batting to come. We saw Georgia Davis got a 50 recently, and she's still to come. Obviously, Sarah Glenn's in now. We know she can bat. England player. She's just come from the back of the England versus India T20 series. Got player of the match in the first game. Got 4 wickets. So she'll have that confidence coming in from there.
Yeah, she likes to hit a ball, does Sarah Glenn. I think it's fair to say. Both Eccleston and Glenn, the 2 England's sort of main spinners that they've been using in this T20 series, really like to give it a whack. And it can be quite entertaining to watch. Whether it's what we need here, we'll see.
Although it says at number 14, so I've got a feeling Emily Arlott's in. And
she has, you're right. She's nipped out first. Well, she likes to give it a whack too.
She defends that back to the bowler for no runs. That's the end of the 24th over. So we're nearly halfway there for the Sparks' innings.
Yeah, no, I mean, Arlott, as I say, she's a tall figure and actually likes to give it a bit of a clap as well. So I don't think they're losing anything in that respect. I think the approach will be the same from Sarah Glenn and from Emily Arlott, although slightly different figures in stature. I suppose Glenn maybe not quite having the kind of the wiry height of the quick bowler Arlott, but they will both try to score quickly and clear boundaries as Grucock comes in and throws this one up, and Home is defending in the offside, and her role will very much probably be to keep the board moving and allow these players who like to play their strokes to do so. As the sun continues to shine here, we're getting a little bit of warmth starting to creep in, although I see you've still got the the orange Phoenix hoodie on there, Samara, to keep you warm, but we're starting to get a bit warmer here, aren't we, in this box, as that's a dot ball.
I'm always cold, so you can't judge by my clothing. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice the sun's shining.
Grucock bowling, and this one's driven firmly. Kelly Castle applauded by her teammates, maybe trying to get the captain's favour a little bit, but she did that fielding well, sliding away to her left-hand side and able to effect the stop. 1-2-7 for 4 as Arlott checks her guard. The one thing Arlott will have to watch for is the 3 spinners have all picked up wickets for the Sunrisers so far, and Grucock's got 2 of them as she delivers this onto the off stump. It's turned leg side against the spin by Arlott, who only finds Kopak and doesn't add to the score. But if it is bouncing a little bit low, as we've seen for at least 2 of the dismissals, as this one is driven up towards Castle again, who picks up cleanly from a firmly hit stroke for Arlott, who continues to look for her first run, then that will cause Arlott a problem, because she is a very tall figure and has to make sure she gets that bat down on balls that do keep low. Finds her first run here into the offside. There was almost an attempt to throw the ball before it had quite arrived at the hand of Joe Gardner, who's been quite quiet in this game. Actually, haven't seen too much of Joe Gardner. A single added to the total. 128 for 4. Arlott off the mark. We are at the halfway stage. 25 overs gone, 25 remaining. You're listening to Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy Cricket with Mike Perkins and Samara Afzal on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. And it's brilliant to have had around about 100 of you with us throughout the game for just about its duration. But do make sure you tell your friends. Do make sure you let people know where to find this. Do make sure you hit the little like button, as I just have on our YouTube stream here, because that helps the algorithm and helps people who are searching for cricket on this wonderful Saturday. Also have the Royal London One Day Cup final, as well as these Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy fixtures.
Grace Scrivens continues to bowl. Emily Arlott just hits that well collected by Villiers at the point region. Well,
that was more like
gully region.
Villiers.
It was.
That's what we like to see. Stretching out a hand and plucking one that she maybe shouldn't have got.
Arlott plays this one straight back to the bowler this time for no run.
And interesting, she stayed in the freeborn position in gully rather than at slip where she's been for home.
Grace Scrivens back in, and Emily Arlott rocks onto the back foot. She plays that nicely through cover region, but sent back, didn't get a single.
Yeah, thought about it. Got a few paces down, almost met in the middle, and then decided to go back because Datani's fielding was good and had stopped the run.
And Arlott leaves that just outside outside off stump. It goes to the keeper for no run.
Clever from Scrivens, that playing with the wide line. She's one I think we will be expecting to see in the England under-19 side for the World Cup. Very good with the bat as well, Scrivens.
Emily Arlott this time defends it, and no run taken. This is turning out to be a good over by Scrivens.
Yeah, she's the equal 4th top run scorer in the competition, with, checking his notes, 236 I believe she's got at the moment.
And that's nicely played. That's going to run away. Is it going to go to the boundary? No, that's a great diving effort there by, I think, Datani there in the deep cover region, stopping the boundary. They manage to run through for 1 run.
Yeah, 236 to Scrivens' name, so she will be one of the prized wickets when Sunrisers get their turn with the bat. Level with Ellie Threlkeld of Thunder is Scrivens at the moment. Thunder playing tomorrow. Their fixture they've decided to move because they've just had the Her Game 2 partnership, so they want to sort of make a big deal of their last women's game of the season. Of course, Lancashire are in the Royal London One Day Cup final, so they want to make it a big day at Old Trafford for Thunder tomorrow, who will play against Western Storm. Here, though, we have Central Sparks against Sunrisers. The score 129 for 4 after 26 overs of the Sparks innings, as this one is bowled by Grewcock and hit into the leg side by a watchful Arlott. 121 for 3 after 23 overs is the South East Stars score at Leicester against Lightning. South East Stars go into the eliminator, of course, and they will play either Diamonds or Southern Vipers, who play today, as this one's driven here at New Road down the onside of the pitch. The fielding done before a run can be taken by Rogers. Northern Diamonds have put Southern Vipers in, who are 111 for 3. That's a big, big game in terms of a marker for, well, obviously who's going to the final, but then who might win the final, because those are the two sides that are out in front in the Rachel Hayflin trophy table. All 8 teams play each other once in this competition. As over the top goes Arlott for 4 runs, clearing Rogers at mid-on. She's been nice and polite with that leg spin, playing it on the floor, looking for a way through the ring, but Arlott has decided it's time to use those long levers that we mentioned as she strode to the crease, and she finds 4 runs onto 6, 133 for 4. Floated up again, and Arlott drives crisply into the offside, and it stings the palms of Gardner, who can't prevent the run. 134 for 4. That was a bit more like it from Arlott, wasn't it? Just not letting Grewcock bowl at her there.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot up, just over mid-off.
Here comes Grewcock. Floating up. Nice sound off the bat again. Castles quickly across at mid-off to her left-hand side. Has to examine the knees of her trousers there, having done the fielding, and actually has to repair a bandage underneath those trousers. But it did the job. 135 for 4. Home has 15. Arlott has 7.
Yep, and I think Sparks will be happy with this score. I think Sunrisers probably want to get another couple of wickets here. I think once they go to 200, it might be a bit of a difficult chase.
Well, yeah, and it's looking as if Sparks should get there. I mean, only another 65 runs now. But this partnership, again, it's starting to build, but it feels as if at any moment there could be a ball with a batter's name on it, so to speak. There could be a ball that gets them out.
Grace Scrivens continues. Millie Home on strike, who plays that into the cover region for no run.
And every ball, even like that, it's a fairly innocuous one, but actually in the context of the game, a game that we think will be fairly low scoring, a stop like that is important, and a dot ball's important.
Millie Home just playing that into the point region for no run. Score remains on 135 for 4. Nice clear, well, nearly clear blue sky. We've got some white cloud, but the sun's shining through. That's a great shot by Millie Home. She goes into the back foot and she rocks and plays that into the leg side. They managed to run through for a single.
And this is, of course, the time of year, really, where we assess seasons, but for Sunrisers.
That's a lovely delivery. Scrivens just going outside the bat of Emily Arlott there. Nearly got the edge.
Yeah, the task remains what it has been throughout, really, which is to get their first win on the board in this competition.
That ball keeping a bit low, going past Emily Arlott again, going through to the keeper for no run.
Sparks, of course, will be looking at who to give the contracts to, and who potentially players like Emily Arlott.
He just digs that one out. It's quite full and goes to the fielder at mid-off, and that's no run to finish the over. That's the end of the 28th over.
Arlott will be looking to, more so with the ball it has to be said, to stay in contention for England selection and England A selection as well, and We mentioned Scrivens has got the carrot of the Women's Under-19 World Cup. First time that will have been played as well. So there's plenty on offer here as Patel is coming back into the attack here from the New Road end of the ground. Just assessing her options.
Naomi Datani.
Oh, it is in fact, yes, sorry. 23, getting me 23s and me 33s mixed up. It is Datani who's coming on to bowl here. I was thinking we probably should have seen Datani by this stage in the innings. She's the sort of bowler who can be very useful, albeit the fact she's a seamer, and it's the spinners who seem to be doing the damage. Villiers with a wicket, Scrivens with a wicket, and Grewcock with 2 wickets. But we are going to see some Naomi Datani now. Middlesex cricketer in terms of the county stuff, and will come in and bowl left arm over the wicket from the New Road end, and it's a tidy start through outside the off stump and into the gloves of Hughes, the wicketkeeper. Well, that probably makes more sense because Patel obviously got a little bit of a whacking off Davina Perrin, so I was thinking it'd be a big call at this stage to bring her back, but it is the left arm of Datani spearing in towards the pads. It was a long time to take the single that was very clearly on offer from Millie Home. Not quite sure what that was about. Maybe just hit the ball into her foot a little bit and that slowed her down setting off. Takes the single, 136 for 4. Sure things will be getting a little busier over by the river there, out towards the cathedral on the far side. The leaves of the trees being blown slightly in the breeze here at New Road. But sunshine is the main characteristic. As in comes Datani, short of length, driven firmly. What a shot that is from Emily Arlott. Down the ground, 4 runs off the back foot. Just stood there, punched it and delivered. Lovely shot. 141 for 4. Arlott with her best stroke of the innings so far takes her into double figures. She has 11. And well, Samara, that was quite something.
That was a textbook drive, wasn't it? Straight down the ground. That was a beautiful shot.
Here comes Datani again. What will she come back with? Short of a length again, and again crisply off the bat of Arlott. Defensively though on this occasion, and no run is taken. 141 for 4 it remains in the bright sunshine here at New Road. Plenty of the Sparks players and staff look on from the Graham Hick Pavilion, wondering no doubt what score they'll be able to get to. We feel anything around 200 and above will be competitive here as Datani comes into bowl. Short of length, and Arlott looking for the back foot drive again, but it was the straightness of the one earlier in the over that went back down the ground past umpire Ibbotson and away for 4 that brought the boundary. That one was out to cover and there was no reward for it. Arlott assesses the options, looks out towards the leg side, sees one sweeper there as Datani bowls, and this one is hit crisply off the front foot, but again to the fielder at short to extra cover. There is no run possible to finish the over. 141 for 4 then. We've had 29 overs of this Sparks innings and it's looking very good at the moment for the Sparks. It seems a tricky wicket to bat on. It seems one that there's always a chance of a batter losing their place at the crease, getting out and having to have a sit back down in that Graham Hick Pavilion to our right. Hughes just gestures before replacing the gloves on the hands.
Scrivens back into bowl. Millie Homer, who goes on the back foot and plays a beautiful shot, but straight into the cover fielder. Datani there does a good job of stopping the ball and no run. Looks like Grace Scrivens is going to bowl out her 10 overs, isn't she?
Yeah, seems to be going straight through here, Scrivens.
Back into bowl. Oh, and that's a play and a miss that's gone through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, because you wouldn't leave her 1 at the end. This is her 9th at the minute.
Millie home on strike, and she plays that to the leg side, collected by the keeper, managing to run through for a quick single.
And as we say, the fact this under-19s competition, which has been such a sort of staple of cricket, having a men's under-19s World Cup, but now a women's one, gives Scrivens more cricket to play and more opportunities.
She comes in and bowls, and that's nicely defended by Emily Arlott for no run. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great to have so many youth competitions, and it helps the selectors as well, of course, to see who's the best for the team. That's played from driven by Emily Arlott, but straight to the fielder there at mid-off for no run. This is turning out to be another good over from Grace Scrivens. So far, only the 1 run off it, and she's about to bowl the last ball of the over, and again defended back to Grace Scrivens, and that's no run, and that keeps the Central Sparks scoring 142 for 4, and that completes the 30 overs with 20 overs remaining.
And of course, I imagine Davina Perrin would be one that they are potentially looking at, even though she is only 16 years of age for that under-19 World Cup score. So, as we say, in the competition this year of 45 and 46, of 43 that she got here against South East Stars last year. Remember her hitting one over the head of Bryony Smith, who is in the T20 England squad at the moment, that I think gave her quite a shock. I mean, for you, Samara, do you think Perrin's done enough yet to be included in that under-19 World Cup team for England? Would she be in your first 11?
She's certainly talented. She just needs the temperament to carry
Here's
on.
Datani bowling into the pads, a sort of inquiry that faded about LBW. 142 for 4. Sorry, Samara.
Yeah, I think you're not going to get many 16-year-olds who are as good as Davina Perrin. So, and I think it would be a good experience for her, because she will definitely go on, the next couple of years to go on and play for that under-19 team. So why not start now? I think we know she can bat well. We've seen some beautiful shots today.
Here's Datani, short of a length, turned leg side by home. That's sort of her job at the moment, just to keep things ticking. On to 18 from 35 balls, 143 for 4. But I think very much as England look to build their future, it's clearly going to be built batting-wise around Alice Capsey. Already has international recognition. It'll be interesting whether she is selected to play for the under-19s, or if they think actually she's already an international player, so do we give that spot to someone else? But I think Scrivens and Perrin are also going to be a big part of that top order for England in the years to come. Of course, they've a lot to do to get there, but those seem the likely candidates. That one's pulled away to the square leg boundary, 144 for 4.
Yeah, Alice Capsey is definitely now going to be a regular feature of the England squad, so I personally do think they should give somebody else that opportunity for the under-19s.
Good to have around about 100 of you with us here at New Road, watching as Datani bowls onto the bat of Millie Home, a dot ball. Myself, Mike Perkins, and Samara Afzal, first Asian woman to play cricket for Warwickshire, are discussing the potential for England's under-19 World Cup squad for the first women's tournament at that level, and what the lineup will be, and what the lineup should be, more accurately, as Datani comes in and bowls. This one's driven home, almost got her hands leg side a bit quicker than she was expecting, so I had to just slow the shot and push it down the offside of the wicket.
England women's have done really well recently, winning the T20 series against India 2-1. Personally very happy Amy Jones captaining the side, and it'll be good to watch the ODI series as well.
Here's Datani bowling to home, who squeezes one into the leg side, just about forward in the end. 145 for 4. It's a strange series, that one, in the fact that that all the games were pretty one-sided, really. In the fact you had the first game, India, I don't think were entirely happy to be playing up at Chesterley Street in the damp weather. It was a very fringe decision, that one, I think. Then they came back brilliantly in the second game that I saw at Derby on the Tuesday, won that emphatically with a great innings from Mandana. And then you had the third game where they only got 120 on the ball at an England. Okay, they needed Capsey to get there.
Yeah, as Grace Scrivens comes on to bowl the last over of her spell. This is now her 10th over. Millie Holm just playing that back to her for no run, and this is the start of the 32nd over.
But you look at the score at the end and you felt they always were going to get there.
Again, defended back to this time to the mid off-fielder for no run. Yeah, it was. I mean, I was surprised with India's batting lineup. We know they've got a very big, very solid batting lineup. So I was surprised with the low scores in the two games. That's played nicely. It's played over the cover region. It's gone airbound and it's gone for a 4. Lovely shot there from Millie Holm, and much needed boundary for Central Sparks. Just upping that run rate a little bit now. They're 149, just one short of 150 as Grace Scrivens gets ready to bowl again. Emily Arlott. Millie Holm there just sorting out her laces.
Really nice stroke from Holm, that. Mainly her job, I think, is just to keep rotating the strike, but the boundary helps.
She's batting on 23 off 41 deliveries as Grace Scrivens comes back into bowl at her. That's again played nicely into the deep cover region, and they've run through for 1. Score goes on to 150 for Sparks. They'll be happy with the score at 31.4 overs. 150 is quite a decent score, and luckily not lost another wicket either. Emily Arlott nicely plays that just to the point region for a quick single.
Yeah, you don't want to say it because, as we say, it's the sort of pitch that seems to have wickets in it, but Arlott's hitting the ball crisply at the moment.
Grace Scrivens back in, and that's out! That's caught by the keeper and almost looked as though she was trying to cut it, but it got the edge, and that's Millie Holm gone. She scored 24. It was a steady innings from her. Took her a little bit of time to get going, but then she started playing some lovely shots, and just as I said, Central Sparks would be happy they've not lost another wicket. They are now 5 down.
Well, and just as we were saying, there's always a wicket in this pitch. It wasn't Arlott who was out, but it was Holm who'd hit the boundary earlier in the over, just seeming to get a feather through to the keeper. Scarlett Hughes behind the stumps. Good catch for her, as we say. Didn't play the previous game after the break. Has played some T20 cricket for Sunrisers before, but was there with the gloves, and that was a good bit of cricket, taking the catch. And Millie Holm has to depart and is out. Has to go and sit down and watch Glenn and Arlott. And well, we said they both like to hit the ball. We've seen a little bit of that from Arlott. Once went aerially over mid-on, also went with that lovely back foot drive down the ground. And you think Sarah Glenn, who just about actually, she's taller than you think, Sarah Glenn, because she's up there around Arlott's height actually, but a sort of maybe more formidable figure at the crease. But they can both hit a cricket ball quite hard, and I suppose we're into the last, well, it will be 18 overs remaining now, and these two, if they can bat maybe 8 of them together, you imagine there's going to be some important runs scored. Here's Datani, left arm, New Road end of the ground, bowling to Arlott, who hits that one lovely cover drive, and it'll go all the way for 4 runs. Great shot from Emily Arlott. 151 for 5 becomes 155 for 5 with that shot from Emily Arlott. Lovely piece of cricket from, well, I think we're starting to veer towards calling her a Sparks all-rounder these days, Arlott. She's primarily come into the squad for her bowling, but certainly showing her prowess with the bat. She's been batting around about 5-6 all season. And taps the bat and waits again. Of course, a Worcestershire cricketer on home turf here at New Road, and we'll get 4 more. That one
was less of a certainty than the previous shot. It just dissected the fielders at mid-on and mid-wicket and found a way past the very able Maddie Villiers and also past Mia Rogers. And 159 for 5. Arlott going along nicely, 21 off 30 balls, but as we say, there's just always a ball out there that can get you out. As in comes Datani again, bowling to Arlott, clips it leg side this time, picks up 1, backs up the boundary, 160 for 5, 9 off the over so far, all to Emily Arlott. And well, that's just how you bat, isn't it? It's brilliant from Arlott there, just really top stuff.
Yeah, it's made no difference to her that she's lost her partner at the other end. She's just carrying on, just playing some brilliant shots, and definitely should be termed an all-rounder. But we know she's a great bowler, but she's very good to watch as a batter too. She's played some classical drives.
As we say, we know Sarah Glenn can hit a cricket ball when she needs to, and she hits this one, albeit in defensive fashion, back down the pitch to the bowler Datani, and doesn't add to the total. As Datani takes the ball at the back of her run and will look to pace in from this New Road end. Just back of a length again, forward in orderly fashion is Glenn, negotiating her second ball successfully once more. Lots of encouragement for Datani. Feels a crucial stage of the game here. Feels as if Sparks could very easily run away to 200 plus, or as if Sunrisers could get a couple more breakthroughs and cause problems. There's going to be a fielding extra of some description here. It will be a leg by off Sarah Glenn. The tap of the leg from the umpire signals as much. 10 off the over, 161 for 5. Where are you seeing the balance of power in this game at the moment, Samara Afzal?
I think it's relatively balanced, actually. I think with the loss of that 5th wicket for Sparks, it's brought it into a much more balanced position. Whereas I think before, Sparks were probably ahead. Sunrisers will probably try and keep them down to a couple of hundred, and I think even, I think Central Sparks should get that. They'll probably be looking around 220, 230, and I think that would be a very, very good score on this pitch.
The innings, I think, that sticks in most Sparks fans' minds when it comes to Sarah Glenn is the 71 not out she got in the opening game of the 2021 Rachel Hale Flint Trophy competition, on their way to beating Northern Diamonds that day. They made the eliminator, although ultimately ended up getting beaten by Northern Diamonds in that eliminator. But it was at Headingley that day, and Glenn came out and hit 71 of 52 balls and was partnered on that occasion by Emily Arlott, who made 24 of 18.
Change of bowling now. Joanne Gardner coming into Sarah Glenn, who just plays that straight to the short mid-off region for, the cover region for no run.
So these two have done it before.
That's gone straight through to the keeper for no run.
And they've done it in fairly destructive fashion as well. Certainly with strike rates of well in excess of 100 for both of them.
Glenn drives that straight to cover for no run. Good start so far from Joanne Gardner.
It's not the way they're going about it just at the moment, is it?
3-dot ball so far in this over, as Joanne comes in and she tries to swipe that onto the leg side, and it's gone past the keeper. I think that's come off the thigh. We'll wait for the umpire signal. Yes, that's leg by. That's 1 run added to the total. Sparks are now on 161 for 5. We're into the 34th over.
Just to summarise Grace Scriven's figures, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 42 for 2. We'll also keep you updated on scores elsewhere in the country in this competition. There's 2 other games being played in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy.
Joanne Gardner this time to Emily Arlott, who plays that nicely. It's gone just past point region, diving effort there, but has gone past, and they managed to run through for a single.
So Diamonds playing Southern Vipers, the top 2 in the competition, both level and 22 points. Vipers 143 for 5.
And that's again driven into the cover region, this time by Sarah Glenn for 1 run.
Vipers obviously batting first here, as much as Sparks are doing. So similar sort of place. If anything, Sparks about 20 runs ahead, or 18 runs ahead of where the Vipers are. 168 for 4 after 30 overs is the South East Stars score at Lightning. So all the games placed in fairly similar positions. And if you're following the one-day cup final in the men's county cricket, Canton 93 for 2 after 20 overs. So lots of cricket on for you today on your Saturday. You can keep plenty of it on if you've got multiple screens or even just multiple windows on your laptop, but do keep us tuned in. Had around about 100 of you with us throughout this game, as in comes Datani bowling, hit down the ground, but the run isn't on offer there, and Arlott will continue to watch from the bat handle at the non-striker's end, and Glenn will return to the striker's crease. Assesses her options. Just the 1 run against her name on the scoreboard away to our left-hand side as Tatani comes in, short of length, and over the top it goes for 6 from Sarah Glenn. Beautiful stroke, lifting the ball, and away it goes into the marquee to the right of the ladies' pavilion. But it's the women on the pitch like Sarah Glenn who are doing the business at the moment for the Central Sparks. 170 for 5. It's already starting to get the feeling of a total that will be difficult for the Sunrisers to chase on a pitch that has had wickets in it. Here comes Datani again, bowling short of a length outside the off stump, hit away by Glenn behind square on the offside. There's a thought of a second, but Glenn settles for just the 1. 171 for 5. We saw Perrin go that route, and now Glenn's done the same.
Yep, Glenn showing us a taster of what she can do there. Lovely shot there for 6 runs. And
as we say, these two have been circumspect in the partnership so far, but how much will they accelerate? Well, it was an attempt to do so by Arlott, but only found the fielder in the form of Gardner at long off. 1 taken, 172 for 5.
You can see the intent there from both batters now to try and speed up and get some quick runs here at the end, with only 15 overs to go after this over from Datani.
Here comes Datani again. Left arm over the wicket, into the pads, clipped neatly. 1 run is taken. 173 for 5 then. The score as we approach the end of the 35th over, and they've shown the intent this over. You feel the last 15 they're going to try and go big here, particularly if this pair can stay in. Here's Arlott waiting for Datani, who bowls, and Arlott hits into the offside, and it's found a gap, and it's going to go away for 4 behind square on the offside. The wave of the arm from side to side from umpire Ibbotson signals as much, and Arlott sends the board up to 177 for 5. A very, very good over for the Central Sparks. They take 16 from it, Samara Afzal, and that was, well, you said it yourself, a sign of intent.
Yep, good over there for Central Sparks. I think Naomi Datani probably feeling a bit unlucky. I think she wasn't a particularly bad ball, a bad over. A bit short, the one that Sarah Glenn pulled for 6 runs. Apart from that, she bowled quite decent, but Again, Emily Arlott, the intent there with the 2 boundaries. I think looking at the scorecard at the moment, Sparks might be looking up to get to at least 230, 240. We know Georgia Davies can bat, Claire Boycott can bat. As Gardner comes in, this time to Sarah Glenn, who plays it nicely into the leg side. Sonali Patel running around, and they get through for a single.
To be fair to even Potts and Russell, actually, last week making contributions of 20 and 30 to bat with Georgia Davis at the end. So the tail can wag. I mean, Liz Russell is, by the chats we have...
So nice drive, but straight to the cover fielder for no run.
The chats you sort of have with the Sparks players. Liz Russell, I don't think had, previous to that innings last week, necessarily been considered a batter, but she batted well.
Emily Arlott nicely flicking that off the leg side, off her pads into the deep leg side region. That they've gone through for 1 run. Sonali Patel collecting that. Liz can bat. I've seen her batter. We've played for the same club, and she's batted regularly at number 3, number 4, and she can hit big. Sarah again drives that, but straight to the mid-off region for no run.
I suppose it's the sign of the professionalisation as well, that even the players down the order now are looking to really contribute. 23 last week for Russell, 30 for Potts.
Nicely played this time again to the cover region, but no run. Yeah, I think, again, something I've noticed in women's cricket is that pretty much everybody can bat down to a number 11, whereas, again, you don't see that as much in men's cricket. Oh, that's a lovely drive, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Diving effort there by Naomi Datani, but she couldn't stop that. That was a lovely shot by Emily Arlott. The intent's definitely there to try and score some quick runs now.
Yeah, these two trying to get things moving. And as we say, they know they've got a little bit of support to come behind them as well. So why not tuck in now? And Sunrisers sort of have the problem that they're going to want to bowl Maddie Villiers, you would think, for the last. She's going to want to bowl her last 5 overs straight to try and get them through to the end. 20 for 1, including a maiden from her 5 overs so far. But they've just got to find the overs to get them there, and then also find the overs at the other end. Now, this is another change of bowling here from the New Road end of the ground. And Maddie Villiers will come on a little bit earlier than maybe we expected. So they're going to try and find some overs at the very back end, rather than perhaps maybe they'll look to the captain, Kelly Castle, who's only bowled 2 so far. But Villiers coming into the attack. Throws up an off spinner that turns back towards the defensive bat of Arlott, who is forward in orderly fashion. But you feel even if they only were to get another 17 from here, which they'll get more than that, they're going to set a challenging total, the Sparks. It's just about how many. And despite the odd one keeping low and the odd one cramping batters for room, actually the pitch has held up pretty well.
Yeah, it has. And Villiers will be trying to get a breakthrough here. She probably knows, well, Sunrisers know that these two can go on and get a big score for the Central Sparks.
And that's a second successive dot ball. The first one was hit up to mid-off the back foot by Arlott. That one turned leg side, but just considering her options here is Arlott. Waits again, bat raised, knees slightly bent, and hits it hard at Castle, the busy skipper. Eve Jones does a lot of that as well in its short extra cover. But a lot of work to do for the skippers, not just in terms of captaining the team, but also in the field as Villiers comes in again. Throws it up. Again, trying to cramp Arlott for room. Is frustrated there to find another dot. 183 for 5, as it was at the start of the over. Very tidy this from Villiers. Reintroduced to the attack.
The spinners have done much better than the seamers so far.
Sparks will be watching that now. That maybe looked like a variation to me from Villiers as she came in and bowled. No, it was just an orthodox off spinner as I glance again at it. Perhaps just delivered with a little more vigour. A maiden over there from Maddie Villiers, 183 for 5. We have 13 overs of this innings remaining.
Yeah, pretty decent score here for Central Sparks. They'll be happy with that. Sarah Glenn now on 14 off 16. Emily Arlott doing well, 29 off 42 deliveries.
And we mentioned sort of club cricket. We've been sort of assessing the season at this regional level. It's quite a nice idea that they have put this competition in that's sort of featuring the likes of Staffordshire. I think Shropshire and Warwickshire play together, but you've also got Worcestershire in it as well, sort of coming up with this West Midlands Cup.
Sarah Glenn plays that nicely off of pads, and it goes onto the leg side for 1 run. And we're seeing Joanne Gardner continuing to bowl here. Yeah, I think it's great. I think the more tournaments they can get, the better, because there's a lot more women and girls that want to play in the competitions now. So the more competitions, the better, and the more talent on display. Back foot drive straight to the fielder. They just think about a single, but Sarah Glenn sent back by Emily Arlott.
But it seems to have followed that kind of that model of that London Cup that you've got Middlesex, Surrey, Kent, I think, play in that as well down south.
Another dot ball from Gardner, played into the point region by Emily Arlott.
And it means that county cricket hasn't just been reduced to that 20-over competition at the start of the season, which I think most women's cricket fans I've spoke to will be quite glad about.
Nice back foot drive straight to mid-off, no run. This is turning out to be a good over from Gardner. Yeah, and I mean, again, we saw with the there was the whole thing about will the 100 take the excitement away from the Royal London Cup, but it didn't. Those that wanted to follow were still following, and we saw lots of updates about it. There was still quite a lot of interest, and I think the same for the women's game as well.
Yep, final of that competition taking place today as well. Kent 101 for 2 against Lancashire.
That's nicely played off the back foot, and it's gone past the covered fielder. Naomi Datani, diving effort there. She manages to stop the boundary, but that's 1 run added to the scorecard.
Yep, beat Castle, but not the eager Datani on the boundary. I suppose that's why Castle set the field like that. 2 backward points as well, which is an interesting field at the moment for Gardner.
Gardner into Sarah Glenn, who just plays that back to her for no run, and that's the end of the 38th over. There's 12 overs left. Sparks are 185 for 5.
And the scores elsewhere in this competition: Vipers 159 for 5. They have just over 13 overs of their innings remaining at Headingley against the Northern Diamonds. At Grace Road, Leicester, it is the South East Stars 185 for 6 now. So they've almost had the opposite fortune of Central Sparks, in that they were slightly ahead but have been pegged back with wickets now. Sparks up to 185 for 5 here, with Glenn and Arlott doing the batting and looking to try to put a formidable total on the board. We're fairly certain they're going to, at very least in these last 12 overs, get up to 200, but it's how far they can go past that now, as this one is bowled by Villiers, hit nicely by Arlott from that tall position. They're going to look for 2. They're going to have to be quick, and they are quick. They get back for it. 187 for 5 the score moves on to. And this partnership, as we say, it's not an unfamiliar partnership. It's won Sparks a game before in this competition, and it's looking to do so again here, as this one is played leg side. It threatened to creep through, but instead Arlott was able to whip it away to Datani on the mid-wicket boundary for 188 for 5. The St George's Cross flutters on top of the cathedral with its light brown brickwork, carvings to allow the stained glass windows, and a single there for Glenn, just pushing really the ball away from the crease into the offside, slightly back if anything. But as I say, great to have around about 100 of you watching this game in the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy to decide what these sides take into next season. And Arlott's looking to take a win because she's hit that one hard and away for 4.
and is proving not only does she have the expertise with the ball, but she also has it with the bat. 189 for 5. Really nice shot from Emily Arlott, looking very, very good at the crease. But as we say, innings seem to just come to a close on this pitch, and no one's gone past the 40s. Arlott's approaching it now on 37. 46 earlier for Freeborn before being bowled by Scrivens. Perrin was bowled by Grewcock for 45. Her second highest score in Rachel Hay of Flint Trophy cricket, as that one is blocked into the offside. No run on offer. Eve Jones was also out for 10, bowled by Villiers, who has the ball in hand at the moment. Campbell was out for 1, bowled quite bizarrely by Grewcock, as this one is hit down the offside of the pitch. There'll be another run to take the total on to 194 for 5. So a productive over for the Sparks, 9 from it. And Millie Home also out caught by Hughes off the bowling of Scrivens for 24 off 43 balls, 2 fours in a 40-minute innings. So the discussions continue, and it looks as if Sparks are going to have a total and then some here.
Yeah, they've got 11 overs remaining, 194, so I think they'll be looking to get around 240, maybe even 250.
I mean, who knows? I have misread pictures this year, so maybe this one is a lot better than we were first thinking with some of the early dismissals.
Gardner continues, and Arlott drives that down to deep mid-off for 1 run. The score goes on to 195 for 5.
Because it was just the nature of Jones and Perrin's dismissals, with balls seeming to keep a little bit on the low side.
The ball seems to be coming onto the bat a lot more nicely now, and coming off quicker off the bat, especially in the last couple of shots we saw from Emily Arlott. Sarah Glenn pushes that out into the cover region, but no run.
Because you're looking at the Sparks lineup, and its spin seems to have been the key. So Davis and Glenn, you think, will have a big part.
Gardner back into Sarah Glenn, who again pushes it out, and it's nicely collected there in the cover region for no run.
Of course, Boycott bowls those sort of skiddy little seamers that I think will be quite difficult on this. And then you've the likes of Arlott, Russell and Potts, who bowl more conventional and slightly quicker seam.
That's nicely driven from Sarah Glenn. It's gone to deep mid-off for 1 run. But quite a tidy over this so far from Gardner.
Certainly is, and we were underway promptly this morning, around about 27 minutes past 10. In fact, I think in the end, slightly caught us in a bit of a rush.
Play and miss from Emily Arlott. Kept slightly low.
They were out, of course, for a minute's silence. Queen Elizabeth II's funeral on Monday, of course. Saw some floral tributes at the front of the cathedral.
Nicely driven by Emily Arlott, and that's going away into the deep cover region, picked up by Naomi Datani. That's another single added to the total, and that completes 40 overs, 10 overs remaining.
Yeah, and you think if they can add, what, 1 a ball, another 60, you're up to 257. They'd be quite happy with that, and they might even want to go on beyond it with 5 wickets in hand. I mean, they can lose a wicket every 2 overs in the remaining 10 of this innings now, but they'll want these 2 at the crease, I think, because these 2 have got the big hitting potential, and they need at least one of them to come off here, as Grewcock's going to come on. Now this, again, I mean, she's surprised me on several occasions with these flighted leg spinners. Certainly seemed to surprise Amy Campbell with one that perhaps wasn't her best delivery, but bowled a flatter one to get the wicket of Perrin. But has also just been difficult for batters to get down the pitch to. But at this stage of the innings, you feel they've got licence to go, and maybe this is where it will come undone. But perhaps worth an over, just see, perhaps break the partnership, and then if she does get a bit of tap, they'll change it. But
perhaps I'm underestimating the flighted leg spin of Jodie Grucock here, but at this stage of the innings it feels a risky game to play. As we say, at the international level, we saw though Poonam Yadav do it for years and years and years, and just nobody could pick her up as Grucock bowls that one. It was slightly flatter than some of the ones she's bowled, but still flighted. It was hit hard by Arlott, back at the bowler. Still doesn't bring up the 200, which is just 3 away for the Sparks, as Arlott waits again, floated up. Arlott tries to give herself room, hits through the offside. Castle a little disappointed not to stop it before it escaped the ring, but it only costs 1 run as Sonali Patel is out there with the fielding. 198 for 5. Back to the boundary goes the fielder at deep backward square leg. There's also Gardner at mid-on, a deep mid-wicket in the form of Tani off the outside edge, but deliberately so from Glenn. Knows there's a gap down there as well. She wanted 2, but it was never really on. Quick bit of fielding actually to prevent it from happening. 199 for 5 the total moves on to. Arlott back onto strike. The flag atop of the cathedral fluttering. The white clouds cast across the blue sky. Really flighted there. Brave delivery from Grucock. Becoming more and more fond of the way she bowls. The more I see it actually. Just seems to have great control and always be able to get the ball to dip just before the batter can strike it. The 200's up there for the Central Sparks. 200 for 5. And greeted by warm applause by spectators who are probably warming up as the day goes on. There's a fairly cool breeze as a wide ball is signalled. 201 for 5. And there are certainly a few hoodies on over there, but a few sort of with the shorts on still. A little bit of sunbathing going on, despite the sunshine becoming more autumnal as the day passes, as this one is right out towards the boundary, and I think unfortunately for the captain Kelly Castle, who chased it all the way, just as she dived it touched the rope and added 4 more to the total. 204 for 5 it moves on to, or 205 for 5 rather, because the wide of course in this over as well. It's the 41st of the innings. Can Sparks really take something from it? Glenn drives compactly down the ground and carefully really still down the ground. Arlott was looking to come for 2, but got the big palm out from Sarah Glenn. The stop, do not pass signal. She remained at the, well, what will become the non-striker's end now at the end of the over. 41st of the innings, 206 for 5. And of course, we've been speaking about your sort of club cricket this year, Samara, but also I think you were able to, in a softball game, get out with your daughter as well this season, I was seeing.
Yeah, we had a softball tournament, and good thing with softball tournament is you can kind of make up the rules and have anyone participate. So yeah, it was exciting because she wanted to play, and because it was softball, you're not too worried. So she enjoyed it.
We can get all ages involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw quite a few actually, a couple of mummies and children play. So it's nice to get everybody involved. As Gardner comes back into bowl, that's cut by Sarah Glenn straight to the point for no run.
Again, both these batters, it's sounding it's all just clapping off the bat at the moment, isn't it? But they're not getting away from the Sunrisers just yet.
Glenn on strike as Sarah Gardner comes in and she drives that nicely, but finds the fielder at mid-off, no run. I think at this stage they want to try and get as many boundaries as they can. They've still got 5 wickets in hand, and we're into the 42nd over now. Glenn plays out straight, and it's well fielded by the bowler. Dived there to stop that. No run.
Scores do tend to come back a little bit once you enter September, so I think something around 260 would be very competitive.
Let's hit onto the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket for no run, and this is a good over so far. 4 dot balls.
And because of the inevitable fact that the pitch has been used before at this stage of the season, it must have been at some point this year.
Sarah Glenn plays that again fielded by the cover fielder for no run. So 5 dot balls, very good over so far this.
Yeah, it makes me think anything above 200 is a score here, which Sparks have already got.
That's played nicely. It's played into the air, leg side, and it's going to run away to the boundary. That's 4 runs added to the Sparks total, 4 more to Sarah Glenn. So that takes Sparks to 210 for 5, and that completes the 42nd over. We've got 8 overs remaining in the Central Sparks innings.
Sort of salvaged the over, really, that boundary. There was something of the T20 about it, wasn't there, from Sarah Glenn there, getting on one knee and lifting the ball over the infield. Nice little shot. Of course, has been in action for England in the recent series against India as Sarah Glenn, but's been freed up to come and do a little bit of batting and bowling today for the Central Sparks, and they'll be very grateful about that too. Took a forfeit in the first game, did Sarah Glenn up at Chester-le Street, and then struggled, strangely enough, on her home ground in Derby. She's Derby born, before taking 2 for 11 at Bristol in the England win, which sealed that series 2-1. Of course, a one-day series to come. Game at Lord's there, as there will be for the final of this competition. Now, Sonali Patel got a bit of tap in the opening power play in the 1 over she has bowled so far in the innings. They've used 8 bowlers so far, the Sunrisers, and Patel has had just the 1 over, and she's been hit for 6 again, and that one's clattered off the roof of the old ladies pavilion out there on the leg side boundary. It's 6 runs, there's no doubt about that, but it was an emphatic 6 runs from Emily Arlott. It was a rank bad ball from Patel, who's under pressure, having gone for 13 in her first over and now for 6 from her first ball of her second. She's going to come in again. Bowl, right arm over the wicket. It's short, and Arlott hits it to Kelly Castle at short cover. Dot ball, one that will be gratefully received by Patel. What a 6 that was.
That was a great shot to take in and get Emily Arlott to 48. I think she's played magnificently in this innings so far. Not the best start from Sonali Patel, but Emily recognised it quickly and got onto it and slapped it for 6.
And she's going to hit this one hard. Now, will this be the 50? Not quite. The cover sweeper gets round, but she's going to come back for the 50, is Emily Arlott. And the cheer from the Sparks players and the applause from the Sparks players will tell you that. And there's a big clench of the fist and a raise of the bat from Emily Arlott. 50 runs off 60 balls for Arlott. Crucial for her team. It gives her something to bowl at in the second half as well. 218 for 5. And a half century for Emily Arlott.
Well deserved half century.
Here's Patel. We'll get some more thoughts from Samara Afzal after this delivery, which is blocked by Arlott into the offside, and no run on offer.
Yeah, it clearly meant a lot, didn't it, Arlott, that clenched fist, looking back at her teammates. So, yeah, I think she realises the importance of the runs that she's getting and the recognition as an all-rounder, and how it will, help hopefully with her chances of back into the England squad.
Patel bowling and looking for the ramp there was Arlott. Whether she's got any contact on it, we will find out from the umpire in just a moment. Byes signalled, so as much as anything, she got in the way of the wicket-keeper there, I think it's fair to say. But they're valuable runs nonetheless, 222 for 5. And she's one of the professionals, Emily Arlott. Of course, she's been on the fringes of the England squad, has clearly been working hard at her batting. We've always known she can hit a ball, but this has been a measured innings.
It has. It's been, particularly when the Sparks had lost a couple of quick wickets, and to come in ahead of Sarah Glenn, and she settled the team. She played herself in nicely, and she's played some magnificent shots.
Patel bowling, inside edged by Arlott, past the wicket-keeper again. Nothing the wicket-keeper Hughes could do on this occasion, though, because it was inside edged past her and away for 4 runs. 226 for 5. Unconventional runs, not the prettiest runs Arlott had scored, but she did the damage early in the over. She did damage to the roof of the
ladies' pavilion as well over there that's stood for many a year on that far side, but I think it's a tile or two short on the roof now with the 6 early in the over, and sort of bought a look, and 226 for 5. It's looking very healthy all of a sudden for the Central Sparks.
Yep, 7 overs still to go, so yeah, 250 is definitely on the cards. If these two stay in, who knows, could even go to 260, 270.
Yeah, very well could. If they get any more overs like that, it could. I think that might be the last we see of Patel for the day. Unfortunately, both her overs have not gone as she would have liked, and I think her captain, Kelly Castle, might well take on the responsibility herself from this New Road end.
Gardner's going to continue to bowl. She's starting the 44th over. Sarah Glenn rocks back and drives that nicely out into the deep cover region for 1 run. Takes the score onto 227. Emily Arlott back on strike. Judging from her last few shots, she's really going to have a go at this ball, I reckon. And she just defends it back for no run. Well bowled. We've seen the spinners do a lot better than the seamers so far on this pitch. But interesting though for Central Sparks, they've actually got more pacers than they have spinners.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see how that works for them.
And that's slapped straight past the bowler. It's gone down to the deep mid-off boundary for a 1 run, bringing Sarah Glenn back on strike. And the score now goes to 227 for 5. Sarah Glenn just punches that past covers into the deep cover region for 1 run.
Because you would if you had Maddie Villiers, you'd be tempted to go to spin early on, but very much Sunrisers have decided that's the way forward, and their spinners have been the pick of the bowlers in this innings.
Gardner back in this time to Emily Arlott, who goes over the head of the bowler, and it goes down to the fielder at long, off for 1 run.
Led to hands on heads from Jo Gardner as it dropped agonisingly short from her point of view.
Jo Gardner into Sarah Glenn, who drives that on the ground straight to cover for no run, and that's the end of the 44th over. 6 overs remaining in the Central Sparks innings, and they're on 230 for 5. Emily Arlott playing on 56 and Sarah Glenn on 29.
Yeah, Emily Arlott going along very, very nicely indeed. She's really sort of improved her batting this season, has Emily Arlott. Really made it an important part of her game, and getting a reward with this half century here today. And as I say, very, very measured is the thing about it. That's what stood out. 56 of 66 balls. Back on strike now. We're going to see Maddie Villiers again as they continue to mix up the bowling from the New Road end. And Villiers bowls short, and it's hit hard out towards cover. They're going to look for 2, but they won't get it. So just the single added to the score. 2-3-1 for 5. As Villiers sends backward square leg onto the boundary for Sarah Glenn. 2 in the ring on the leg side for the off spinner. Floats it up and just sort of wiggled away behind square on the offside by Glenn. It was a very deliberate edge, but nonetheless a frustrating one as far as the bowler Villiers is concerned, and that will be 4 runs. It sort of crept there really. 235 for 5, the Sparks total. It's starting to look very formidable indeed. It's been built on a partnership, as we say, that they went to in the first game of the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy in 2021, and they've gone to again between Sarah Glenn and Emily Arlott, and Arlott has equalled here her highest score, has got her highest score in Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy cricket, because that 57 will be the 57 not out, which she is at the moment.
first half century. It's been very well made indeed. And I think proof that she's somebody who can become a proper all-rounder. Emily Arlott, 57 here today at New Road. 235 for 5. The score remains as Villiers saw that latest delivery poked out onto the offside. Here comes Villiers again, short of length, hit high into the air. Will it be caught? Ditani, what a catch that is. Well done, Naomi Ditani, on the mid-wicket boundary, going away to her right-hand side. And unfortunately for Sarah Glenn, her innings ends out for 33 of 38 deliveries, in fact. And she picked that one up, trying to clear the ropes, what you got to do at this stage, but Samara Afzal just couldn't quite do it. But it was all about the catch, really, of Naomi Ditani.
Yeah, Ditani's been fielding fantastically well during this game, so yeah, she picked out the wrong fielder there. Ditani in great form and a great catch, kept her eye on the ball as it came to her, and yeah, not what the Sparks would have wanted, but I think with only 5 overs left after this one, they're probably trying to go for as many big shots as they can now.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Wickets in hand. It's another wicket for Maddie Villiers, her second of the innings. Probably deserves that as well. But she was indebted to the catcher Naomi Ditani on the mid-wicket boundary. And Sarah Glenn is out for 33 from 38 balls with 4 fours and a 6. Looking for the second 6 there, but just unable to find that second 6 of the innings. We'll be joined now by Claire Boycott, the industrious Claire Boycott with the bat. She can make a useful contribution, can Boycott, and she's coming in here at number 8 looking to do so. I like Claire Boycott as a cricketer. She's just one of those cricketers that has something about her and is kind of a busy little player.
Not related to Geoffrey Boycott then?
No. She's almost I couldn't think of a more opposite sort of character really, in terms of the sort of person he is, sort of in appearance, and I think probably in outlook. When you sort of she's a good follow on Twitter, is Claire Boycott, and she just squeezes that one into the offside, but doesn't find a run from her first delivery. And she's, I think, a little bit different with bat and ball as well. She bowls with sort of hustle and bustle with the ball, and she's sort of industrious with the bat and looks to try and keep things moving rather than the kind of the stately forward defence of Geoffrey Boycott, the former England opener.
Yes, I've not heard much from or of Geoffrey Boycott recently. I don't think he's one to use Twitter.
No, I think he did have an account for a while, didn't he? But I think no, he sort of slipped off into retirement these days.
Gardner back into Arlott, who plays it off the back foot but fails to get any runs as it goes straight to the cover region. And this is the 46th over now, and Sparks are 235. Emily Arlott again hits that hard. She hits it over the head of backward point, and they manage to run through for 2. That's a good call there from Emily Arlott. I don't think Claire Boycott was ready for the 2, but she converted that 1 into a 2.
Yeah, they went non-strikers with the throw, didn't they? But I think Arlott just realised the time the relay took to flick it back from the rope was going to allow her to get through.
Gardner back into Emily Arlott, who slugs it hard, and it's gone for 4 runs. It went so quickly that I didn't see it, but yeah.
It was straight into the side sign, that one bounce, just underneath the tree. It clattered into the boards over there. Great shot.
That's taken Emily on to 63 off just 70 deliveries, as Gardner comes back into Emily, who this time plays it onto the leg side, and they don't manage to get any runs.
Yeah, it's all about how many Arlott can get from here, isn't it? Two hard taps of the bat.
Gardner back into bowl. Emily just hits that again, going into the mid-on region, short mid-on, not managing to find the fielder, not getting any runs.
Sunrisers still think there's something to play for here.
Oh, Emily just... Oh, she's edged it. It's gone. It's just a faint edge there through to the wicketkeeper, and it's out. That's a great innings by Emily Arlott. She's gone for 63, but she's done her job. Central Sparks will be very happy with her contribution.
I think the bails were just lifted by the keeper there, and Arlott had walked past one and is out stumped off the bowling. And good bit of work by Scarlett Hughes there, and Emily Arlott will be warmly applauded off the field here. Gardner has a deserved wicket though, stumping by the wicketkeeper Scarlett Hughes, who's come in and done well. Catch up to the stumps and now stumping.
Yeah, it was quick there. Emily obviously trying to motor on the score, but completely missed that ball.
Yeah, just trying to, as I say, sort of come down and hit every ball there was Arlott, and it's the risk she's chosen to take. There are just 4 overs of the innings remaining now, 24 balls, and they have 3 wickets still to play with. So Davis and Boycott given the license to go here, and it's going to be Villiers bowling short of a length through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Hughes, and then back to the bowl of Villiers, who turns again. It's been fairly miserly, 2 wickets as well, as this one is a tempted flick by Boycott, but again doesn't get bat on ball, and again can't get the ball away towards the fence. A couple of balls go by in the innings, a couple more that Sunrisers aren't chasing off. Tempted a sweep, it's wide though down the leg side. 2-4, 2 for 7. The score moves on to with Mike Perkins and Samara Afzal here at New Road, Worcester. There's the breeze ruffles the black sheeting at the far end in the Basil D'Oliveira stand. No single on offer there again for Boycott. Only the wide ball adding to the total so far in Villiers' 9th over. She has 2 maidens as well as her 2 wickets. Just 35 runs conceded, as Hughes again quick with the bails off, but on this occasion Boycott had remained in her crease and has to contemplate how she's going to score here, because she was unable to do so there. Thrown up, hit off the edge of the bat by Boycott, and probably not where she aimed it, but it's going to bring a useful, we think, 4 runs. They're certainly going to run 3. Has the fielder kept this one inside the rope? We peer into the distance at the Diglis end, and there's no signal from the umpire. So that was a very good bit of work indeed, because it saved a precious run. 245 for 7. They should get the 260 here, Samara Afzal, that we were talking about was one a ball with 10 overs to go.
Yeah, 260 is definitely on. I think Central Sparks will be really happy with that score.
Boycott has been frustrated against the international class of Villiers in this over, but then put the frustration back on the bowler with that edge drive for 3. Now it's the turn of Davis, fresh from that half century in the previous game. Can't work her first ball away into the leg side for runs. And it's 2-4-5 for 7, with 2 overs now remaining in the innings. So real licence to go and hit big here at the end. Sorry, 3 overs left, but still licence to go and hit here at the back end of the innings, Samara Afzal.
Yeah, 3 overs. They should get another 15 runs comfortably to take them to 260. There's still the 3 wickets remaining. We know both Georgia and Claire can hit big. Gardner's going to continue the bowling. She's done quite well this game. And we've got Boycott on strike, who plays a little paddle sweep onto the leg side, which is running away to the fine leg boundary. They run through for 2 runs, collected by Sonali Patel. That's taken the Central Sparks score on to 247.
Yep, neat stroke from Boycott. All of it's a bit like Millie Holm. As soon as she's off the mark, she looks a little bit more comfortable.
Boycott back on strike again, plays it down to the leg side. This time goes quite quicker. It's gone to Sonali Patel, and they've managed to get through for 1 run.
From a taller position that time, the stroke, but it was a bit nearer to Patel. And Gardner receives the ball again with the 1 wicket to her name so far.
Georgia Davis just looking around at the fielding positions, and she takes strike to Gardner. She drives that nicely. It's gone past the cover region, it's running away, and it's gone to deep cover. Naomi Datani picks it up quite nicely, and that's 1 more added to the total.
She's been brilliant on that boundary, Datani. Great catch, but also her ground fielding has been, she's just very quick out there.
So Boycott just plays that into backward of point for no run. Yeah, she's been brilliant with her fielding.
And she'll be another danger with the bat, won't she, alongside Scrivens. No Cordelia Griffith today, which is a little bit of a loss for the Sunrisers.
Claire Boycott just takes a step back and cuts that to point, no run, and 1 delivery remaining in this 48th over.
I sensed an element of frustration in that fielding from Villiers. She hasn't quite been able to match her usual standards, but they were up there.
Boycott tries to hit that down the ground, but it just kind of stops in its tracks just in front of her. That's ended the 48th over with a dot ball. Sparks remain on 249 for 7.
Yeah, Boycott was disappointed with that last ball because she got to the perfect position and she was just couldn't accelerate through the ball and send it up to an over long gone. But Villiers is going to continue here. I suppose the over that they brought in there was very much from Patel, was to get Villiers through, having brought her on a little bit early. But I mean, Patel had to bowl it somewhere, but it just didn't go her way today. But Villiers has been miserly indeed, although concedes a run here behind square on the leg side. Davis is going to come back for 2, and again it was the little relay flick between the fielders that allowed the run to be taken, and it brings up the 250 for the Central Sparks. 251 for 7. More polite applause from the New Road crowd. Fairly modest today, but enjoying a good game of cricket. As you say, it's late in the tournament, so you wouldn't expect a huge turnout for this one, although that is something I think potentially has to be looked at in future. Can they... Okay, you're not going to get massive crowds at games like this. I mean, I heard Lancashire for their Roses match, which is as big a domestic game as you're going to get in the county championship. We're very happy with 1,600 on day 1, which still felt a modest crowd there. But you want to see this competition because it's good and it's quality. As another singles taken there, take it to 252 for 7 on the drive. You want to see the crowd starting to increase and get into those numbers because we know they're there now from the crowds we've seen in the 100. As this one is bowled and hit away into the leg side.
I think maybe we need to see more marketing. So in the same way we've seen for the 100, we've seen teams kind of pre-tournament go out there. Posters are up. Maybe we need to kind of see more of that for this competition as well.
Davis adding a single to the total, and Boycott will do the same. She might even look for 2. Davis was trying to come back but can't do so. 255 for 7, and that's why I very much feel it's something for the ECB to look at. It's all well and good going, look, you've got this budget and giving it to the regional teams, but actually it's about marketing and of the competition as a whole. Now this has gone up and it's going to be caught by Hughes off the bowling of Villiers, and Davis trying to add some late runs is out, caught for 5 off her 6th delivery. Was trying to get on with it but couldn't clear the ropes. There's just going to be 1 over remaining now, and Davis felt she had to go, but unfortunately she's out and ends up going back to the pavilion. 255 for 8 is the score. 5 more needed then from the final over to get that 260. That'd be 63 from where they were with 10 overs to go. So they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'd be very happy with that. They've got a very good bowling lineup that is easily capable of defending this total. It'll be interesting to see how they go about things, though, with the more number of pacers that they've got. And Grace Potts making her way in to bat alongside Claire Boycott.
So it's almost a case of maybe getting a few singles early in the over and then going big later in it. Although I suppose they've got Liz Russell back there as well, so maybe these two just try and find the boundary early on and make it a big over from there. We will see which approach they go for. Generally in modern cricket they go for the more aggressive one of trying to hit the boundary early on.
Jo Gardner, she'll bowl the final over. Claire Boycott just hitting it over to the leg side, and they run through for 2 singles. That's good running, quick running.
Yep, round of applause. 257 then, so that is 60 from the point they were at, or 1 a ball if you like, from where they were with 10 overs to go, but they've got 5 balls left.
Boycott back on strike. She tries to hit it onto the leg side but misses it and hits her thigh pad, and that's as much needed dot ball. This time managing to hit it onto the leg side, goes straight to Sonali Patel. Claire Boycott manages to get another run to her total, and the Central Sparks total goes to 258.
And we should say for Patel, though she's struggled a bit with the ball going for 25 from her 2 overs, she's been good in the field. She's kept going, and credit to her for that.
Yeah, she's been covering a lot of ground. That's just hit to the mid-on region for 1 run.
It's almost a sort of ball. If it had been the final one, I think they'd have come back regardless and made them knock the bails off. But with 3 more to go when she hit it, 2 more to go now, decided not to.
Claire Boycott back on strike. She comes out of her crease and hits that down the ground to deep cover. Naomi Datani picks it up, and that's another single added to the total. 259, and we've got 1 ball remaining of the over. 260, sorry. Yep, and 1 ball remaining. Final ball of the game, and it's played and it's out. She's got an edge. She's stumped. Claire Boycott just hanging out of the crease, trying to hit a big shot, and she's been stumped there by the keeper. Good work again, and by Scarlett, and that's a good finish for the Sunrisers. Grace Potts out, and that's the end of the Sparks innings, and they're all out for 260 for 9. And that's the 261 to chase for Sunrisers.
So it'll be a formidable chase. Yep, they've just left the 1 wicket in the hutch, so they've timed it well, haven't they? And having a slog at the end there was Grace Potts before being stumped for 1 off the bowling of Gardner, who bowled very well actually. We'll run you through her figures in just a moment. But Samara Afzal, first Asian woman to play for Warwickshire, of course, alongside me here today. What are we thinking about that chase then? At one point we were saying anything above 200 would be difficult. With 10 overs to go we were saying 1 a ball would take them to around 260. They've got 261. It feels it's going to be tough for the Sunrisers. Is that your reading? Where are you at with that as a chase?
I think it will be a difficult chase for Sunrisers. I think Sparks have got a very good bowling lineup with Grace Potts. They've got Liz Russell. They've got Emily Arlott, of course, Georgia Davis. So they've got very good bowlers. The captain Eve Jones herself can bowl well. So if they can keep it tight, I think it's going to be difficult for Sunrisers.
Yep, and it's been good to see the numbers ticking along. There's a big huddle amongst the Sunrisers. They clearly want this win. It would be their first in the competition. Sparks have won just 1 game so far, so they will be wanting something to take on into next season. There's, of course, the likes of Emily Arlott and Sarah Glenn, who will be looking for international recognition as well. Let's just run you through the card very quickly before the interval, but let's let Samara Afzal go and get her sandwiches and enjoy those. Make sure if you're going to enjoy your sandwiches, you're back with us. A reminder of the card then. Start
started with the wickets of Eve Jones, who was out bowled by Maddie Villiers for 10 off 17 balls, hit 1-4. Then the second wicket to fall was Davina Perrin, who made a very enterprising and classy 45, was out of 51 balls, 6 fours and a 6, was bowled by Grucock. Both those balls keeping a little low to Jones and Perrin, it felt, but the wicket seemed to be playing okay with that partnership of 77 between Perrin and Freeborn. Freeborn making 46, didn't get much help from Campbell, who was out for 1, bowled by Grucock. It was a real sort of a freak ball, really. It was a full toss that landed on the leg stump after Campbell had tried to clap it out the ground. She was out for 1. Freeborn made 46 off 45, a very good innings from her. 7 fours in it before she was out bowled by Grace Scrivens. Another one sort of seemed to just creep through, and that will be what the Sunrisers will have to be on their guard for. Millie Holm next out. She was knocked on naught but went on to make 24 before being caught by Hughes behind the stumps off the bowling of Scrivens to give Scrivens her second wicket of the innings. Then Sarah Glenn and Emily Arlott came together. They put on a nice partnership, taking the score from 151 up to 235. So an impressive little partnership there of 84 runs that was very crucial to the total. It was Glenn who was out, superbly caught by Naomi Dutani off the bowling of Maddie Villiers for 33. She faced and seems to have the ball in hand from the New Road end of the ground. And the Sunrisers batters are making their way out to the middle too. Marking the guard at the far end is Scrivens, will be accompanied at the wicket to begin with by Jodie Grucock, who bowled a tidy little spell. And we've got Samara Afzal popping back in next to me, who can, I think, take the first Grace Potts over from this this New Road end of the ground. And Samara's just sitting down next to me. I was just saying, I think our feeling is 261 is going to be a tough chase here, but Scrivens, Tatani, players like that potentially could get there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting chase. Grace Potts, as we know, she's a very good, very accurate bowler. Central Sparks will be hoping for some quick wickets, and Sunrisers will be hoping to get a good opening partnership. So we've got the first ball of the Sunrisers innings. Central Grace Potts bowling in a quick swipe there by Grace Scrivens, and it's gone straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, the team's back out and just looking to feel their way into this innings as the spectators make their way back through the seats as well.
Grace Potts coming in to bowl to Scrivens again, who just plays that back to her for no run.
Yep, Scrivens partnered by Grucock here, who bowled a useful little spell, it has to be said. Taking 2 wickets for 27. Including, rather bizarrely, Amy Campbell from a full toss, but also Davina Perrin crucially bowled for 45. That felt a big moment.
Scrivens on strike still, and she drives that beautifully. It's gone straight to point for no run.
And that was the aforementioned Perrin, in fact, with the fielding on the far side. One of the little bit of housekeeping we didn't do before we went to the interval was to give you the scores elsewhere. So between innings, South East Stars and Lightning, the chase at Leicester will be 282 for Lightning, after Stars made 281 for 9.
Grace Scrivens, oh, she misses that. It goes straight to the second slip region. Didn't collect it cleanly.
Didn't carry for me, that one. Just short of Eve Jones, I think it is, the captain there. And yeah, just unable to take the catch, just short of her. And we saw earlier Sunrise being encouraged to get closer as well.
Grace Potts with the final delivery over that's played nicely again into the point region for no run. Now this is the last ball now, so that's been 5 balls.
So whether Freeborn and Jones will have to get appreciably closer as well, that was certainly the feeling Sunrise had, and that was what was making us think it was going to be a tough wicket to bat on throughout. But actually, Sparks did a pretty good job with Arlott and Glenn putting on 84 and 77 between Freeborn and Perrin.
Grace Potts' final ball of the over, that's defended back to her, and that's been a very tidy over. Maiden, in fact.
And the other game to tell you about the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, there's 3 games going on. So Lightning chasing 282 to beat South East Stars. Northern Diamonds have just begun their 1 without loss, chasing 227 to beat Southern Vipers. So they've restricted them very well, and that is a big game in the competition and the context of this competition, because it will decide who goes directly to the final. And of course, if they meet again, if the loser wins the eliminator and gets there, then that will be a big marker going into that game. Both those teams will be looking to lay down that marker before Lord's next Sunday.
And I was reading somewhere that Sky Sports will be showing the final. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah. They've certainly shown the last couple, so I think they're going to be doing that. I've seen as well. We've seen the Disability Premier League as well. Of course, Disability Cricket now based in Worcester as well. That was the final of that was shown the other day as well. So there's some good stories to tell of sort of cricket competitions that have been emerging in the last few years, and
a sort of broadening of the game. There's also the one-day cup final today. Kent are 247 for 4 against Lancashire after 42 overs. A reminder, Thunder play Western Storm tomorrow. England's women also start their ODI series against India's women. And we will see here the bowling beginning from the Diglis end. And it will be Emily Arlott who top scored with 57 in the Central Sparks innings. As we say, she had that very useful partnership with Sarah Glenn, giving Sparks a score to defend as this one is bowled and defended by Grewcock. Her first ball of the innings, negotiated well and negotiated carefully. Still, I think, looks, despite the sunshine, a little cold. I know you say you're always cold, Samara, but I think it does look a little cold out there with that breeze. It's rather ruffling the leaves and the parasols away towards the marquee in the distance. In comes Arlott again, just outside the off stump. Freeborn doesn't carry to, so does well, and that's noticeable, not carrying through to Freeborn. She's having to come closer here to Arlott, who does bowl from a height and does usually get a reasonable amount of carry.
Yeah, I think the pitch isn't as quick as it looked when Emily Arlott was batting on there. It's been a good start from both these two bowlers.
Here comes Arlott once more. Bowls, and it's deflected away behind square on the offside for Grewcock's first run of the innings. She moves on to 1. Getting off the mark from her third delivery. And we are going well here from these sides' point of view. A reminder that the chase is 261 for the Sunrisers to register their first victory in Rachel Hale Flint Trophy cricket. They've really been made to wait for it. Scrivens, who, as we say, has got 236 runs in the competition, yet to score so far in this innings, will defend forward into the offside, and that is a dot ball for Emily Arlott to add to her analysis. I did go and open the blind for the score box over there, but I still can't see that scoreboard, as I was informed would be the case when I lifted the blind, and I should have maybe bowed to the local knowledge on that one, because you can't quite see it from where we're sat. But we have the board on the left in splendid form, and all the numbers organised where they should be, as this one is just away behind square on the offside. Perrin will throw it in fast but low to Freeborn, who tried to flick it up onto the stumps but couldn't affect the run out. It was never really on. It was a well judged signal, and that single takes Scrivens on to 1 as well, getting off the mark from her 8th ball of the innings.
Scrivens, of course, bowled very well, bowling a 10 overs and getting 2 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah, did an excellent job, 42 for 2, maiden in those 10 overs as well. Freeborn does a pretty excellent job to get down the leg side and prevent that one going for more than the 1 run for the wide that was signalled there. 3 without loss, the score moves on to. But yeah, it was a story of 2 big partnerships, really, from a Sparks point of view. The 77 it was, in fact, between Freeborn and Perrin, and the 84 between Arlott and Glenn. You feel Sunrisers have to find 2 like that themselves. They'll, after this, between Grewcock and Scrivens, be relying on the likes of Datani, Villiers, Olorenshaw, Gardner, Rogers, Castle, Hughes, Patel and Kopak to get them over there. And you feel Scrivens and Datani are going to have to do a big bulk of the work, perhaps with the likes of maybe Gardner in the middle chipping in here. Big discussion from the Sparks, not entirely sure what it's about at this early stage. Perhaps talking about that carry and whether they need another catcher in front rather than behind the wicket. We shall see. Grace Potts has the ball again.
Yep, Grace Potts about to start the second over, her second over. That's nicely played by Scrivens, straight to mid-off though for no run.
Driven compactly. But I'm excited to watch Scrivens. You hear a lot of good things about her, so it's yeah, I'm very excited to see how she will go here, to sort of see her in person.
Grace Potts running into bowl, and Scrivens go on so into the back foot, cuts it, but it's nicely picked up by Perrin at point for no run.
Cut hard at Perrin, but occupying one of the key fielding positions backward point, isn't it, of course, and done a good job there so far.
Absolutely. John T. Rhodes, my all-time favourite, his fielding
Indeed.
position. Potts runs back in, and that's nicely driven by Scrivens, and she manages to get it just past the fielder running in, Sarah Glenn running in from mid-off for one run.
Did very well, Glenn, there, didn't she, to get across, because if it was past her, it was four. But she just got something on it, just as you say, just as it went past her, she got a hand there. Assessment of the field then from Grucock, facing her first ball from the New Road end.
Grace Potts running back in, this time to Grucock, who defends it for no run. There's a very high standard of fielding in the women's game. I've noticed it's progressed. It's one area of the game that's progressed a lot in the last few years.
Well, it comes with professionalisation, doesn't it? It's only going to move on and on and on, I think, and get better and better. And you're going to see more catches like that one you did from Naomi Datani in the first innings of this game.
Potts into Grucock, who again defends the ball, and that's another dot ball. Sunrisers run 4 runs, and this is the third over of the inning so far.
I guess the big question for this competition will become, can it have an impact on international level now? We've had 3 editions of it. We're seeing players come through.
That's just flicked off to the leg side down into the fine leg region for 1 run.
But in terms of, from an England perspective and closing the gap, we've seen players go on and play. We've seen the likes of Capsule. We've seen plenty from the Vipers in the form of Lauren Bell, Maya Bouchier, people like that. But can it actually narrow that gap to Australia, sort of increase that competition that's going on with India? Can England sort of have a real benefit from this domestic competition? Because I think that is potentially the bit that critics of this competition would say we've not yet seen happen. I remember around New Year getting very excited and thinking we were seeing it when we were seeing England against a very good Australia side. They of course struggled down under as Arlott bowls to Grucock, who tries to force into the offside but only succeeds in sending it down into the floor and out behind the crease. 5 without loss is the total. And I was thinking, oh, actually, there was the Test match, of course, the thrilling finish to that, and then the next one-day game, they weren't very close, but they ended up on the wrong side of the result, and then the tour seemed to fall away from there, and it was a comprehensive defeat in the Ashes to Australia again for England, as this one is defended back down the pitch to Emily Arlott. So it seems now that that's the question mark in my mind, is can this competition impact on that wider international scene? And I'm not sure whether it will or not yet. I guess we won't know for a couple of years still. Here comes Arlott again, turning at the far end. Another one who's had international recognition because of this competition, but she strays down the leg side. 6 without loss the total moves on to.
But I guess that is a very, very tough task when you have a team as good as Australia.
Yeah, and I think having this competition, it not only draws players to people's attention, so the likes of Davina Perrin, who's still very young, but actually people far now, we've got so many franchises, so many different leagues, it will draw attention, and these players can then subsequently get picked and play for
Arlott right arm over is driven into the offside, and there is no run on offer there.
So these players can then go on and play leagues in Australia, India, with so many. I know the Indian IPL's coming up soon. I know the Pakistan Women's Super League starting soon. So there'll be so many opportunities. So people will be watching these tournaments closely, trying to pick players that can potentially play.
Yeah, we've certainly seen the Women's Big Bash League as well has recruited certainly a few from England for the latest competition. Izzy Wong, of course, of Sparks fame, has got another contract over there. Eve Jones was out there last season, so that was good to see. Alice Capsey, I think, is going out again as well, who is sort of the rising star of English cricket, as that one was driven away for no run. It remains 6 without loss. But I thought it was, you mentioned the Pakistan Women's Super League. I thought that was a really interesting move from the Pakistan Cricket Board, actually, as Arlott bowls straight into the bat really of Guru Koku, sends it into the leg side but doesn't score. A really interesting move, I think, to put the pressure on India in some ways by going, right, well, we're going to definitely have a women's equivalent of our big competition. And sure enough, the announcement about the women's IPL for next year came fairly soon afterwards. So I thought, in terms of moving the game on, that was a really interesting move from the Pakistan Cricket Board, and they're certainly happy to innovate at the moment, it seems, the Pakistan Cricket Board, as that one is defended, no run on offer, 6 without loss.
Yeah, they are, and I think they've seen a lot of the England players with the England-Pakistan series not too long ago, and I know friends who are cricket agents and work for franchises, and a lot of them have got their eyes on England players, like you mentioned, Alice Capsey, Amy Jones. So a lot of them, they do want as many England players as they can get to play in the Women's Super League. I mean, because of course Pakistani players don't go to the IPL and vice versa, so whether in the women's team there will be that, I suspect it will be, which will be unfortunate for the game. But I think for England and Pakistan, will love to have as many England players as possible in that Super League.
And I'm sure they'll certainly get a few.
As Grace Potts comes in, and that's played and missed and gone through to the keeper. Slightly ambitious shot by Scrivens, just missing the outside edge of the bat there.
Because it's just such a great opportunity, isn't it, to go and play in those foreign conditions and learn, and then come back into your own domestic setup and maybe start pushing for those international honours. And it would be nice to see, we've got the England men's team out there at the moment, but of course the women's tour last year was cancelled along with the men's tour.
Grace Potts back in as Scrivens just drives that to mid off for no run. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the women's game as well, I think it will help the Pakistan women's team. They don't get as much exposure, they don't get as much practice. So playing with top English, top Australian players, South African players, they will get that experience which they need to develop themselves as well.
Yeah, and that again, I think is the interesting aspect of that competition, is will it impact on Pakistan women's cricket?
It's driven nicely, but straight to the fielder at cover for no run. Yeah, Pakistan had a very disappointing Commonwealth series. They lost all their games, including the one to Barbados. So there's still a lot of work to be done. But I think Super League's definitely going to help. It will get new talent coming up as well.
But when you hear about there's been a book written about it quite recently, actually, but about the barriers that
Potts balls, and that's just played again to point for no run.
The barriers that the women who play for Pakistan have to overcome just to get to that level and on that international pitch. So, as I say, it'll be really interesting to see how, there's more context to their results, and it'll be interesting to see how that is affected by the fact that they will have this league with some of the best players playing in it.
Puts back into ball to Scrivens, who drives that nicely down past mid-on region, and it's running away. Georgia Davis is giving chase, but I don't think she'll quite get there, and it's gone for 4 runs, signalled by the umpire. Lovely drive there by Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, it was one that disappeared behind the the tarpaulin sight screen for us, and it probably did for you on the pictures there as well, but it just found a way to creep over the rope. 4 more valuable runs, and that was the first shot of real sort of class, much like Perrin showed a lot of class with the bat that we've seen from Scrivens today.
Pots back into Grace Scrivens, who again flicks that nicely onto the leg side for 1 run, collected by Georgia Davis.
And that was a nice follow-up, wasn't it? Just touching it into the offside, almost as if, right, I've hit a 4, everyone's taken a step back, I'm going to just drop and go. Really clever cricket from Grace Scrivens, and it would be nice to see a bat for a while today, I have to say. Probably not from a Sparks perspective, but certainly from a just seeing one of English cricket's big talents. And she'd be the sort of player, actually, that leagues around the world you can imagine getting very interested in.
Absolutely, of course, and I think that's the best thing about women's cricket. You've got so many all-rounders, rather than just specialist batters or specialist bowlers, and I think that's very attractive to franchise cricket. Emily Arlott, definitely, I can see her playing lots of franchises. I can see her, she was obviously knocking on the England team.
Yeah, and you sort of almost need that from you. If you're going to have an overseas player, you kind of need them to do a bit with the bat and the ball, I suppose, in those franchise competitions, and Scrivens can certainly do that, and Arlott's trying to prove she can do that. She's got 57, her first half-century in Rachel Hare Flint Trophy cricket with the bat, and she's now trying to make inroads with the ball. But we were speculating how much more joy the seamers for Sparks would get, because they struggled for Sunrisers. It was the spinners who did the damage in the first innings of this game, and so far we haven't seen too many inroads from the seamers, as this one skips up outside the off stump almost to make a mockery of what I was saying there, but Grucock stays safely in the crease and is pretty happy the scorer's recording a dot ball rather than writing a big W in there, because that one did jump and did just find a little bit of life. But I mean, it's understandable they've given the seamers the new ball just to see if there's some life there, but I think we're going to see a lot of spin again from likes of Glenn, as this one's clipped away down to Boycott at short third. 1 more is added to the total, which now stands at 13. And yeah, of course you've got the options with the seam, but I think Georgia Davis and Sarah Glenn are going to be the people that Sparks are looking to have the real impact on this game.
Yeah, it's early, but the Central Sparks seamers have started off slightly more economically.
Oh, and again getting one to jump there, Emily Arlott. So maybe this ball is just starting to talk. The seam starting to bite into the pitch slightly, and perhaps there is a little bit in it for Emily Arlott. But I mean, till that delivery 2 balls ago, I don't think we'd seen it at all. Now we've seen her beat the bat of both players at the crease.
Yeah, she's bowling a lovely line here.
Here comes Arlott again, so the left-handed Scrivens, who, bat and ball, has hit it to Perrin, who's a good fielder but couldn't get it out the hand in time there. And it's just a grubby little return in the end to Freeborn. It almost seemed to, a hand almost seemed to come round almost claw-like, and just couldn't get the ball out of it in time. And actually it ended up looking a very well-judged single. When they first set off for it, I wasn't sure it was.
No, I wasn't sure it was. It went straight to her quite quickly, but as you said, it just slightly delayed return, and they managed to get through for a quick single.
The thinner trees in the distance really blowing around from side to side now. It's ruffling Arlott's shirt as well as she comes in. Oh, she's got that all wrong. I don't know if that was an attempt at a slower ball or what, but it was lucky in the end, I suppose, not to end up as a no ball, but it dipped down in time and
was a dot ball in the end, although perhaps not the most conventional. Scores elsewhere, and then Diamonds 29 for 1 after 6 overs in pursuit of 227 to win. They need another 198 from 44 overs, and Lightning have begun their innings. They're 5 for 1 in pursuit of a rather large 282 to beat South East Stars. Lightning are probably the team that would feel potentially slightly hard done by the cancellation of fixtures, because if they'd won both their games with 5 points, then they would have been able to catch South East Stars, but it would have relied on Stars picking up no more points. And I think with 281, Stars have maybe asserted their authority.
Potts bowling into Scrivens, has hit that nicely. She's cut it just in front of point region, and it's gone for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot.
Really nicely hit, that one. Away for 4 runs, and there's plenty to play for here. As I say, neither side going to the eliminator, but Sparks will be looking to regain their position that they've had in most of the other domestic competitions since they were introduced in 2021, by being in and around the final stages, the eliminators and the finals, and competing for those. They haven't this year in this 50 over competition, and they'll be analysing why. Sunrisers, of course, it's about getting that first win on the board and getting that belief going into the next season. As Potts turns towards us and we see the stars on the shirt, they've got them round the leg as well, as in comes Potts once more.
Potts coming into Grace Scrivens again, who once again goes on the back foot this time, hits it just backward of point. Good effort by Davina Perrin there, but they still managed to run through for a single. It just ricocheted off Davina Perrin's hand.
Yeah, I couldn't work out if that was a good or a bad bit of fielding. She seemed to get her feet in a mix, but get the hand down and do quite well to recover from it. A very talented sports star is Davina Perrin across a number of sports, but luckily for us, cricket is the one she seems to be excelling at the moment.
Potts into Grewcock this time, who hits it, and again diving effort by Davina Perrin, and no run.
Again, got the wrong side of it, but a good hands got her out of trouble. 45 with the bat today. She made 46 before the break at Old Trafford. Also got a score of 43 in last season's competition. So they're creeping in the right direction, but she'll want that half century pretty soon, I would think, because she's certainly got the talent to get it.
Grewcock on strike again as Potts comes into bowl, and then she tries to cut that, but it's missed the bat and gone through. No run scored.
Freeborn, strangely, is one of these wicket keepers who almost looks more comfortable, I think, up to the stumps than she does back from the stumps. She's a very, very talented keeper when she's up at the stumps, but can look a little bit slow on the feet further back, perhaps, compared to some of the very talented wicket keepers at this level.
As Grewcock just defends that for no run, and 1 ball left in this over from Grace Potts, and that will take the overs to 7, and Sunrisers are 19 for no loss so far. You're watching Sunrisers versus Central Sparks. It's their last game of this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Sunrisers yet to register a win in the tournament. Grace Potts into Grewcock, who's played a nice little kind of swervy shot down into the leg side, which is going quickly to the boundary, picked up by Claire Boycott, and they've managed to come through for 2 runs.
It was swervy, I like that. Sort of just swerved it away. It was a lovely shot, that one. Just manoeuvred it into the leg side. And yeah, it's been a delight to have you with myself, Mike Perkins, and Samara Afzal on the Central Sparks YouTube stream here at the always beautiful New Road. The St George's Cross in the distance, fluttering against the white backdrop of the clouds and the blue of the sky. And we have the 4 pinnacles of the central tower there reaching up into the sky. And in comes Arlott again to begin this latest over from the Diglas end. She got a bit of life in the previous one. Oh, that's a bonus single. Just crept past Millie home in the covers. Georgia Davis came down round to make amends, and the
batters were able to scamper through for a bonus single that takes Scrivens on to 15 from 23, just feeling away into a work. Lightning 10 for 1 in pursuit of 282 at Leicester. In Leeds, 34 for 1 is Diamond's score in pursuit of 227 to beat the Vipers. Winfield, Hill and Armitage at the wicket there, who did the damage last Sunday in this competition against the Western Storm. That one driven into the offside by Grewcock. No run on offer. A reminder, Thunder play tomorrow. There'll be a live stream of that one as well for you to enjoy. And Lancashire are in the final of the One Day Cup at the moment, and they will be chasing, well, in excess of 287 for 5, which is the Kent score, as they approach the end of that game. So we'll keep you across all the cricket happening on this Saturday in September, as Arlott is bowling. It's full, it's driven, but not as cleanly as Grewcock would have liked. But she's struggling a little there on 5 off 22, but doing a job for a team, really, in ensuring that they're not losing wickets early on. There's a slip in place, Eve Jones. Third, just in from the boundary, Boycott. Then we've got backward point in Perrin, home at cover. We have a extra cover in the form of Davis and a mid-off in the form of Glenn. There's also mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg as it's clipped towards mid-wicket. And the fielding's done by Campbell, who's not had much luck in recent times. She managed to get run out sort of wandering around a crease on 2 occasions in the 100, and then today gets a full toss that bowls her. I mean, she must be feeling... Cricket can be so cruel when you look out, and she must really be feeling on the wrong end of it at the moment, Samara.
Yeah, I think she's got 150 in the tournament so far. She would have liked to get a few more. Here's
Arlott bowling. It's clipped to Campbell, who does the fielding and prevents a run again. 22 without loss. She, of course, played a very important innings in the final last year, but ended up on... I think it'll almost, in future years, we'll look back on that innings of... I think it was about 48 Campbell got for Northern Diamonds in the final last year as kind of one of the great innings in a losing cause, because, of course, Emily Windsor, who likes contributing in a final, saw a team home with... I think it was Tara Norris in the end, at the other end, in last year's final. It would be great as that wide ball goes down the leg side, takes a score for 23 without loss. It would be great to see. We were talking about, we want to see crowds expanding at these venues. We hear Lightning are going to be playing at Trent Bridge next year and have a bit of a more permanent home there for that team. But it would be great to see next Sunday that Lords gets nice and full for a domestic women's final, as this one is bowled and it's chopped on by Grewcock. It was a torturous innings of just 5, and she's out from her 25th delivery, chopping that ball onto her stumps. Celebrations from the Sparks players. It wasn't as lively as an over as the previous one, but it's brought reward for Emily Arlott, and it's reward for probing away. 23 for 1 is the score. Grewcock is out, having chopped the ball onto her stumps. She departs to the pavilion.
Yeah, I think unlucky there, Grewcock. She was trying to get some runs, slightly slow innings from her 5 off 25. I think looking to just work that ball away to the offside, but managing to unfortunately get it onto her steps.
Again, it is another sign of a late season pitch, that sort of dismissal when somebody goes for a cut and chops on. We saw Perrin and Jones, and to an extent Freeborn, getting cramped in that fashion to the spinners in the first innings, and it's the sort of thing that just seems to happen at this time of year. But it's a valuable wicket for Sparks, because that was all they really needed to add to this. It was honours very even, but I think that puts Sparks in the dominant position, particularly with those 260 runs on the board.
Yeah, they'll be expecting quite a good innings from Naomi Datani, who's now come in to join Grace Scrivens. We know she can bat. She scored quite a few runs in the women's tournament, so if her and Grace Scrivens can get a good partnership going, that'll help Sunrisers in the game.
We will see.
As Potts comes into bowl, and Grace Scrivens has a bit of a cut shot out, but misses the bat and goes straight through to Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, look to force away there, Scrivens, but she has a big job to do here with Dutani. This feels an important partnership. If Sunrisers can get it going, they've got a real chance in the game. If they don't, they'll struggle.
Grace Potts running back into Grace Scrivens, who goes onto the back foot and drives it nicely straight to the backward of point region, and it's fielded well for 1 run.
So you're in the right place at the right time for this game, because this feels like a partnership which we will look back on and really look at, right, okay, that was a place where this game was won and lost. So thank you for joining us. Make sure you hit the like button if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Good to have had around about 100 of you with us throughout the day.
Grace Potts this time to Dutani, who plays a slightly upward cut shot but straight to Davina Perrin for no run.
A backward point and a sort of cover point in place there to try and ensure there's no route for Dutani to get off the mark in that area. The flag atop the cathedral continuing to flutter against its white and blue backdrop.
Naomi Dutani just flicks it onto the mid-wicket region for no run. Score remains on 24 for 1. This is now the 9th over. I think the seamers, both Arlott and Grace Potts, have done a very good job so far for Central Sparks.
They certainly have, yeah. As I say, without the sort of threat that the spinners seem to pose throughout for the Sunrisers.
That's just bowled by Grace Potts and defended back by Dutani for no run.
But what they've done, I think, better than the Sunrisers seamers is they've kept it very tight. There've not been any freebies, and this new ball spell, particularly now Arlott's got the wicket, could, I think, go a long way to making it difficult for the Sunrisers to get to their total.
Grace Potts into Dutani, who plays a lovely cut shot, and it goes past deep point and to the boundary for 4 runs.
She was onto that in a flash. That white ball can be very difficult today in this sunshine to see as it zips across out towards those covers that have been pulled off. They would have been on this morning to try and prevent the dew getting on the square that was quite heavy overnight. There was lots of mist on farmers' fields as we arrived here this morning, but that ball and the footwork really from Dutani was lightning quick to send it zipping away for a boundary. Lightning 20 for 1 in pursuit of 282 at Leicester against South East Stars, who are going to the eliminator and trying to lay down a marker there by defending that total. Diamonds versus Southern Vipers is a big one in this competition because the winner goes to the final. Diamonds 51 for 1 in pursuit of 227 to beat the Vipers. Dab behind square on the offside. Boycott there with the fielding down at third. 1 added to the total, and Dutani comes back onto strike. 28 for 1 becomes 29 for 1. I think my favourite shot of the day, and okay, it was a rank full toss it came off, was Emily Arlott smashing one into the roof of that old ladies' pavilion on the far side, and I think breaking a tile or two in the process. Great to see the Worcestershire cricketer who's running in with ball in hand now and bowling onto the bat of Dutani, who was driving into the offside but for no run, making her highest ever score for Central Sparks and her first ever half century. Emily Arlott here on what is very much home turf for her at New Road. 57 not out for Emily Arlott. As the flag again ruffles in the distance against what's a sort of fading white cloud up there. Dutani wiggles it into the onside, but doesn't manoeuvre it well enough to exchange ends and add to the total. Plenty of clubs will be coming to the end of their season this afternoon. I don't think there's any cricket on the school pitch at the back where Old Figonians often play, although I suppose this time of year when the school are back in term, I don't think they do play there. I think they play elsewhere anyway, but and I'm pretty sure the Worcester League finished the weekend before this, as that one creeps through outside the off stump. No run possible as a result of the lack of bat on it from Datani, but certainly a lot of leagues across the country finishing up this weekend. Have you got any more cricket, or have we got to the point where we've decided enough's enough and we're happy to allow the cold weather to start rolling in?
No, so we finished our matches and we finished our summer training, so looking forward to the winter nets now.
In comes Arlott bowling, swished away on the drive by Datani, but again doesn't find the gap, and it remains 29 for 1 here. Probing from Emily Arlott. Two really talented cricketers here going head to head, so to speak. Bowler to batter, Arlott to Datani. Now, I have to say, I'm not one who copes well with winter. This time of year is full of foreboding for me, I think. As in comes Arlott, driven down the onside of straight. Good tumbling stop up there, and it prevents more than a single being taken in the end, and that's exactly what the Sparks have to do to make this 260 as big a total as possible. It's the ever enthusiastic Liz Russell there with the fielding. 30 for 1 the score at the end of the over. It is the 5th of the innings, and by way of comparison, I don't have it written down, but they were certainly after 6. Sunrisers were 25 for 1, so they're ahead despite the miserly start from the Sparks. Sunrisers will be ahead at the end of this 6 balls regardless of what happens, I suppose, other than if they lose a wicket here from Grace Potts.
Yeah, Grace Potts coming back into bowl to... That's hit by Grace Scrivens to square leg for no run. So it's been 10 overs, so 30 for 1. I think Sparks will be quite happy with that.
You're right. I'm way behind. I've completely misread that board. Apologies, everyone.
Do you need your cup of tea, Mike?
I do, I think. I think it's getting to that, that stage of the afternoon. I thought it'd been more miserly than that.
Grace Potts back into Scrivens, who plays that nicely. Cuts it into the kind of cover region for no run. Yeah, I think both the pacers here have bowled really well to keep Sunrise at 30 off 10 overs. That required run rate is slowly building up. It's now at 5.8, their current run rate being 2.9, so they need to look to get on a little bit if they want to try and win this game. Grace Potts back in to Naomi Datani, who cuts it nicely, but this time straight to the fielder. That covers for no run.
Well, I'm glad about that because it makes far more sense now. I didn't seem to tally with the... I don't know where the 5 was on the board that I got, but there we go. Yes, 10 overs gone, which is good. And, of course, it was a case of the score after 9 was 54 for 1.
Potts into Datani again, who takes a wild swipe at that but misses the ball, and it goes into the keeper Abby Freeborn's hands. Tried to drive that but missed.
Yeah, so basically Sparks ended up keeping it around about 1 a ball in their power play, whereas they've scored at sort of half a run a ball, the Sunrisers, so some considerable distance behind.
Datani cuts that and it goes just backward of point, collected nicely by Davina Perrin for no run.
Now, that might be a bruise for Eve Jones to take away for the winter.
She's limping, isn't she, Eve Jones?
Yeah, took that one quite hard. Maybe around about the kneecap sort of area, and I think there'll be a large ball-shaped mark on whichever bit of the leg that did connect with, because it was a brave bit of fielding in the end, and I suppose that's why your daughter is with us today, Hannah. Yeah, is such an admirer of Eve Jones.
Grace Potts back into Datani, who lets that one go to the keeper for no run. Yes, she is. She's a big fan of Eve Jones. She was privileged enough to meet her at one of the games that we played for the NACC versus the Edgbaston Foundation or Warwickshire Development 11. and the Birmingham Phoenix team happened to be training, and Eve Jones very kindly came over for a little motivational speech to all the players, and gave out some Birmingham Phoenix goodie bags with some nice little things, keyring and sunglasses.
I was going to say, he was giving out the shades.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, it's all part of what these regional teams are about as well. I know Western Storm, who I'm going to be seeing playing tomorrow, they make a big effort as well with their community work. That's a big part of what they want to do. You know, they want to make sure this team is something people can connect with. Here's Arlott, who has the only wicket to fall so far in the Sunrisers innings, and Scrivens is playing away through the offside. It's a long chase, and it will be a successful chase. Scrivens thought about coming back for the third, but couldn't quite manage to do so. Neat shot from Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot by Grace Scrivens. It's taken the Sunrise total on to 32. We are into the 12th over. Slightly slow, circumspect start by Sunrisers. So they'll be hoping to build on this partnership between Grace Scrivens and Naomi Datani.
Well filled, because I needed to cough there. Apologies if you did hear that at home as Arlott's bowling. This one's flicked away into the leg side, and Potts picks up. Returns to Freeborn for the loss of only one run from the total of 261, which is being defended here. 260 scored, so of course 261 for Sunrisers to win. They have 33 of those runs. That means they are in pursuit of another 228 for victory. Here comes Arlott. Bowling, hit hard by Datani. She's a real sort of swashbuckler with the bat, isn't she? Sort of almost like a musketeer fighting their way through a crowd, and she swished that drive up to Sarah Glenn at mid-off, but it didn't produce a run. The best shot we've seen from Datani was that neat footwork onto the back foot and the cut away towards the covers at the point boundary when she was facing from the New Road end, but the task is now from the Diglas end. As here comes Arlott. Bowls, full, hit hard, and that's going to go for 4. And that was more of a compact stroke than the sort of swishy drives we've been seeing. It went down the onside of straight, all along the floor. 4 more for Naomi Datani. She has 9, and the score moves on to 37 for 1.
Yeah, that was a lovely punch by Naomi Datani. She times the ball really well and ran away to the boundary.
Arlott at the back of the run. Turns again. Tapping the bat is Datani, who's beaten on the outside half. Put the bat between the legs as if to almost say, naughty, naughty, don't go at those balls outside the off stump. She was trying to almost hide it away somewhere so that she couldn't use the bat again when she shouldn't have, but it was nearly a downfall there. Great response from Emily Arlott.
Yeah, that was a great delivery just outside off stump. You could tell Naomi Datani just taking a few seconds there to regather herself.
It was like a child who'd been caught with something they shouldn't have and they were trying to sort of hide it somewhere. The way she withdrew that bat. Chops this one away through the offside. She's going to get 4 for it. And having survived the previous one, she's thrived from that delivery. 41 for 1. And Datani into double figures, onto 13. She'll be feeling happier about herself. That may be the last over we see from Emily Arlott in this spell. Perhaps just straying a little, particularly in that last delivery, Samara Afzal.
Yeah, I think that was probably the least economical over. There's a bit of a chat going on now between Eve Jones and Grace Potts. I think she'll come on and bowl another over. I thought she might have had a break after 5.
Yeah.
But she has bowled quite well, so as a captain I can see why she's going to continue.
You're right there. I mean, 6 overs now for Potts, 19 for no reward, so she'll be keen to continue. We've had 12 overs of this chase now, but I think Arlott, even though she's only gone for 22, will probably be withdrawn here.
Potts Potts bowling in to Scrivens, who just kind of nudges that away to the short mid-off region for 1 run.
Yeah, quick little scamper through. I suppose that the balancing act for Sparks really is you've probably only got the 20 overs of genuine spin plus the 10 overs of boycott. Could bowl a bit of Perrin potentially, but that'd probably be a big ask for her.
Potts into Datani, who plays and misses. Goes into the keeper.
So it's, I suppose in some ways you don't want to use those overs of spin too early, but equally, though they're ahead in sort of run rate terms at the moment, they don't want to let these two settle, because these two are probably the most likely to win this for Sunrisers.
Yeah, and the run rate has slowly crept up a little bit now, so they're going at 3.4 over. As Potts comes back into bowl to Datani, who's driven that off the back foot, but straight to short mid off for no run.
Reminder, the chase is 261, so the required rate's 5.22, so there's still a little, well, quite a lot, a good couple of runs behind, or almost a couple of runs behind the rate they will need. But these two settling would be problematic, you feel, for the Sparks. Problematic for Eve Jones there at short mid-wicket.
Potts into Datani, who plays and misses as an appeal for caught behind, and it's given, and that's out. So Sparks, so Datani gone, Sunrisers losing their second wicket, and it's a big wicket, 42 for 2.
Well, just at the moment where we were saying Datani was settling with a couple of boundaries and looking as if she could cause a problem, she's out for 13, caught behind by Freeborn. Good catch up to the stumps off the seamer Grace Potts, and the score 42 for 2 now. Sunrisers behind on runs, we knew that, but they're also behind on wickets now, and the score at the end of this 13th over in the Sparks innings was 72 for 1, so a little bit of a gap developing already, and crucially one of the best batters that Sunrisers have, Datani, is back sitting in the pavilion.
Yeah, Sparks will be very happy with that. I think that does definitely put them ahead at this point in the game. Scrivens will now look to build a partnership now with Villiers. We saw that she bowled really well. It'll be interesting to see how she bats.
Yeah, bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 44 for 3 with the figures of Maddie Villiers. So very, very tidy bowling indeed. Of course, and has won the 100 on 2 occasions with the Oval Invincibles. There's a switching around of the field for the new batter. The fielder going right out on the far side to the cover point boundary. Hard tap of the bat as well from Villiers as the field's adjusted. Oh, and in fact, having gone all the way out to the cover point boundary, the fielder's called back in by Eve Jones. That was a bit cruel. I suppose it keeps you warm in September, doesn't it?
It does. I don't think she would have minded that, as Grace Potts comes into fold to Maddie Villiers, who plays that back into mid-off for no run.
A jumpy sort of a stroke to start off with there from Villiers.
I think we spoke a lot about the spinners and how they'd play a big part, but the seamers having taken 2 wickets, so Sparks will be happy with that. The spinners yet to come and potentially do their damage as Grace Potts comes back into Villiers, who it's hit her on a pad. There was a slight appeal there for LBW, but no response from the umpire.
It was jumpy, wasn't it? It's a jumpy little start to this innings for Maddie Villiers, but she's certainly a player who can bat.
Looks like Liz Russell's taking her run up, so she'll be replacing Emily Arlott.
Well, it felt, despite the wicket from Arlott, and it is always a balancing act because of the fact that Arlott can always pose a wicket-taking threat, but it did feel like that last one, where she got hit for the 2-4s by Datani, was her last. But her fast bowling partner, Grace Potts, has done the decent thing and dismissed Datani in the very next over. So, a long discussion going on. There's Russell, another who bowls sort of bustly seam, really. Kind of comes in and tries to hurry the batter up. But it certainly not quite the pace of either Potts or Arlott, but more pace than Boycott, who would be the other option here. Here comes Liz Russell. Right arm over the wicket from the Diglis end into the attack, driven off the back foot by Scrivens, who can't find a gap. And that's a dot ball to the total. We haven't mentioned the hotel much today because we can't actually see it past the the sight screen that is draped over at the New Road end here, the opposite end from where the bowling's from at the moment. And also that means the rope is in quite away from there, so we're not seeing the ball hit over there as we usually would here at New Road. That's down the leg side. It comes off the pads of Freeborn, who had a bit of a way to go there, and that will... There's nothing in the end, so maybe there was a little bit of bat and that's what took it away from Freeborn. I didn't quite catch it at first glance there, but it just feels as if there was something that took the ball away from Freeborn there. 43 for 2. Would have been no expectation on her to catch it there because she'd had to go an awfully long way down the leg side, but possibly that was what took it so far down, was a little bit of bat. So she did quite well to get a deflection on it in the end. Has a catch to her name already that she'll be very pleased with indeed. A couple of taps of the bat as Russell comes in and bowls, and it's driven compactly by Villiers into the offside. No run possible there. Villiers again assessing her options. T20 cricket for England. He's Essex born, one of the county Sunrisers representatives. Russell bowls, hit nicely by Villiers, but still she waits for her first run. And as we've spoken about already in that game, in this game rather, it's a nervy position to be in. With Mike Perkins and Samara Afzal on the Central Sparks YouTube channel. Villiers waits for Russell, paces in, bowls to Villiers and bowls Villiers, who is out for naught, played on, and as quickly as she arrived, she must head back to the pavilion. Disappointment for Maddie Villiers, out from her 5th ball, playing on off the bowling of Liz Russell, and you have to say, credit to Liz Russell, credit to the skipper Eve Jones for bringing her on. The change has worked and it's disappointment for Villiers.
Yeah, it almost looked like a slightly slower ball that she misjudged and played on. That's disappointing though for the Sunrisers. I think 3 down with 43, only into the 14th over, is not what they would have wanted.
Villiers out for naught, bowled by Russell. 1 apiece for the other 2 bowlers to feature so far. Emily Arlott getting Grewcock out bowled for 5, and Datani was out, caught behind by Freeborn off the bowling of Potts in the previous over. 2 wickets in 2 overs as well. Another little indication that this game is perhaps going in Sparks' favour. 43 for 3 as we approach the end of the 14th over of the innings. And the new batter coming to the crease here, just assesses the options before settling over the bat. Ola Renshaw defends in compact enough fashion. Back to the bowler, and there is no run to complete the over. And unfortunately for Maddie Villiers, that was the story of her innings. Just wasn't able to get off the mark on this occasion. She'll certainly be back, and she'll certainly score more runs on future occasions, but it just wasn't her day today, Samara Afzal.
No, she struggled a little bit, and she completely misjudged that delivery, getting out to Liz Russell. And we see that Grace Potts will continue, and why not? She got a wicket in that last.
7 overs, 20 for 1, including 2 maidens, her figures so far. Be hard to get the ball out of hand.
Yeah.
She's got the puff to come in and do it.
Grace Scriven just flicking that down past a square leg. Nice little slide by Eve Jones to get it back into the keeper, and they've come through for 1 run.
Yep, very valuable run at this stage. They've been precious for the Sunrisers. It feels as if they're going to have to wait until next year once again for this first win in Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy cricket.
Yeah, Scrivens has been kind of soldiering on, but she just needs someone at the other end to stick with her, which just isn't happening.
In terms of how sort of the funding is now allocated going forward, we'll come to this point after this delivery from Grace Potts, because she's pacing in now.
Ola Renshaw hits that into the air, just past the mid-off region. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Much needed boundary for Sunrisers, taking their score to 48.
Poor Sarah Glenn there realised she wasn't getting there and thought, I have to do something. But realised, actually, even if I dive, I'm not getting to this about halfway through the attempt. And it unfortunately for Glenn, all ended up looking rather ungainly, which is not something you often say about Sarah Glenn, but that went away for 4 runs. But I'm just curious, with Vipers having been obviously the most successful team at domestic level, and Sunrisers, of course, having struggled particularly in the 50-over format.
It's defended straight to short cover for no run.
If sort of the funding allocation maybe now needs to be put more towards a team like Sunrisers who are struggling and less towards Vipers, because most sports leagues you look at in the world, it is essentially a list of who has the most money. There are obviously exceptions where there are good coaches, and of course there's a very good coach in Charlotte Edwards at Vipers.
Grace Potts back into Ola Renshaw, who drives it nicely, but no run, straight to Georgia Davis at mid-off.
But I don't know if maybe in the way they do in the American sports, that sort of maybe more money needs to be put towards Sunrisers and increase their budget a bit, and try and just even up that competition, and because it is about development. And I think certainly the way it was sold to me when they put it together was that it's all about creating even competition.
Grace Potts back in, that's slightly leg side and given a wide by the umpire. Yeah, and the other thing with Sunrisers, they don't have very many. I don't think they have any England players, do they? So on paper, they're not. If you match them up to the other teams, they're not very strong compared to someone like the Vipers, who are full of England stars or stars that played in the 100.
I mean, I suppose the player they would have had when it was first started, at least in 2020 cricket, was Maddie Villiers.
Grace Potts back in, and that's hit straight into the air. Is it going to be caught? Georgia Davis comes in and it falls just short of her at deep kind of cover region, and they've run through for a single.
Sort of lost it in the sun there. It's right up behind the Graham Hick Pavilion. Couldn't get round, or couldn't. I think it was more a case of, I think she couldn't pick it up in time out the sun to then get the yards in she needed to do to get anywhere near the catch, and just ended up sort of agonisingly short of it. But yeah, I just wonder if kind of putting a bit more towards Sunrisers and getting Sunrisers right is the way to go.
Grace Scrivens plays a nice shot off the back foot down to the deep point region for 1 run.
You know, you've then got your sides like Thunder and Lightning who've won some games, but not too many, and they'll probably not need as much as a Sunrise, but maybe need a lot more than, say, a Vipers or a Diamonds, who've consistently been contesting finals. I just wonder if that's the way to go, or I don't know. Vipers fans listening might think that's very artificial, and it's all about winning games of cricket. And if you do that, you should sort of get the funding, which is more the kind of the English model of doing these things. But certainly the American model is more to keep the amounts even, and to, as I say, to put your effort into the teams that are less successful, if that makes sense. A little bit of negotiating from Liz Russell there. And of course Vipers, from their success, now have so many England players, having actually started off with other than Danny Wyatt, none at all, as Liz Russell comes in and bowls. This one's hit away into the offside. There's a single on offer, and it's taken well. 52 for 3. Although the great disadvantage of England players is, of course, is that there are large portions of the season you don't see them for. As I mean, Thunder would be an example of that with Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston. Here is Russell again, turning and running in, and bowling now down the leg side. There was a little switch of the feet in slight panic there from Ola Renshaw. 52 for 3. A lot of work for Sunrisers to do, needing 261 for victory in this game.
Yeah, they go and get a rate of 3.5. The required rate's now crept up to 6 runs and over.
They don't want it to let it go much above that, because one a ball is difficult to chase. Shots like that will help. Lovely from Ola Renshaw. 4 runs down the ground. Beautifully placed. I think Russell for a second thought there might be a chance of caught and bowled. Realised it was going down the onside of the wicket, and she was running down the off there and was nowhere near it. 57 for 3. Really neat stroke this from Ola Renshaw, and I think with that rate creeping up to around the one a ball area, that's a sign that Sunrisers now have to start scoring probably a boundary and over, and getting a couple of other scoring shots in there as well. Neat stroke. We're in the 16th over of the innings. Still another 204 required for victory, as Ola Renshaw again slightly uppishly into the onside, not as sweetly hit as the previous stroke. Good to see a couple of little kids down there having a chat with their dad. I think bothering Dad a little bit at the moment, if we're honest. Trying to steal his sunglasses. I think he's trying to watch the cricket, but there we go. 204 more for victory. Russell bowling, digless end to Ola Renshaw, who drives sweetly again, but this time as it goes into the offside, it only finds George Davis up at mid-off, who I feel is going to be very difficult to face on this. She's a miserly spinner at the best of times, but on a pitch that is late in season and wearing slightly as the game goes on, I think she's going to be very difficult to negotiate indeed. Here comes Russell. Bowls short of length, hit away into the leg side. There'll be one taken. 58 for 3. The sunshine continuing to bathe New Road as an adjustment is made on the leg side. There's 2 back there, one at slightly forward of square leg, one at long leg. There's also Claire Boycott down at third, and a sweeper at cover. 4 allowed out. Now we're out the power play. Hit uppishly into the offside. It's going to beat the cover point fielder, is it? Just beats the cover point fielder, and away for 4 runs. 2 boundaries in the over. 1-2 Scrivens, 1-2 Ola Renshaw, and it takes the board on to 62 for 3. Valuable runs in that over. That's what the sort of thing that is going to be required more and more here by the Sunrisers in their pursuit of 261. It's below 200 now.
Yeah, and you mentioned Georgia Davis. She's got the ball in her hand now. Is she coming on to bowl? Oh, Davina Perrin's now got the ball in her hand. Is she coming on to bowl? Interesting move.
Interesting timing as well. I wondered if they'd use a little bit of Davina Perrin, because I know she bowls a bit of spin. haven't seen too much of it yet in her fledgling career. And in some ways, I think this is quite clever from Eve Jones. She's asking her to come on and bowl at a time where they've got relatively decent control. So if she does bowl a bad over, it doesn't necessarily matter. But if they can squeeze a few good ones out of her, then it could be very valuable indeed in terms of saving Glenn, who was clearly warming up there, and as you say, Georgia Davis, who looked, I think, almost as if she was expecting to bowl there, and then got told, "Hang on, we're gonna give Davina Perrin." In fact, though, I thought Perrin bowled leg spin, but she's going to bowl a bit of seam, it seems.
That's a very long run up for leg spin. She runs in and she bowls, and it's wide outside off stump, given a wide by the umpire. Loosener to start with.
Well, as I say, we've not seen much of it, so I don't know quite why I thought she bowled leg spin, but I for some reason I thought she bowled a bit of leg spin, but it appears to be medium pace. It was not the most accurate, that first ball, but we will see how she goes. Perhaps a little stiff from the 45 she made earlier. Let's see what she can produce now.
She comes back in as Lorenz was on strike, who just defends that. It's a good ball, good line, good length. No run taken.
That was more like it, wasn't it? Got the loosener out the way and straight on the spot now. Little grin with Georgia Davis as well there at mid-off, who I think said that was more like it. It's a long old run, it has to be said.
It's a very long run up. She runs into Lorenz, who takes a big swipe at that. They're appealing for stump, and she's been stumped. It's given out by the square leg umpire. What a start this is from Davina Perrin.
Well, yeah, the first ball we thought, okay. The second ball was perfect. The third ball, massive swing at it from Ola Renshaw, out for 10, stumped off the bowling of Davina Perrin. Sharp work again by Freeborn. As I say, she's a very tidy operator up the stumps. Can look a little on the ungainly side when she stood back for some reason, but when she's up to the stumps, the hands are sharp from Freeborn, and she's proved it again there.
Yeah, it was a great stumping by Abby Freeborn. You don't see very many stumpings to fast bowlers, so you have to be quite quick to take the stumps, and she noticed that she was outside her crease. Got Jo Gardner in next with Grace Scrivens. Poor Grace Scrivens is just at the other end watching all her partners go one by one.
Yeah, it's rather been the story of Grace Scrivens' time in this competition with Sunrisers. She's a regular scorer of runs, but needs a bit of support, I think, and as you say, sort of, I think, seems to watch in horror from the non-strikers end a little bit at times. So 2 dismissals now for Freeborn. Of course, 4 for Hughes in the first innings as well. 2 stumpings, 2 catches. So another little subscript to this game. And as I say, it's been great to have about 100 of you watching this game and just casting your eye over what we see from these two teams.
Davina Perrin now into Gardner. It's a full toss, but she manages to defend that and just play it down for no run.
A mixed bag, it's fair to say, from Perrin. We know Eve Jones bowls an occasional bit of left arm seam as well. And yeah, Perrin's bowling a little bit of licorice all sorts at the moment. However, it's brought a wicket, which is the key part.
She's running into bowl again to Gardner, and again a full toss, which she kind of flicks nicely into the leg side boundary, and that's 4 runs.
Well, I don't know how many overs of this we're going to see. It's brought the wicket, but it's also given opportunities to score. Let's put it that way. Wide in the 4 now against Perrin's name, but a full toss the previous ball as well. Eve Jones just trying to have a chat with the 16-year-old.
I guess she's just giving her experience with her bowling, knowing that they've got a good grasp on the game already. As she runs into bowl again, another full toss, and this time it's hit and it's gone straight to Eve Jones, and that's out. Wow. A great catch there at cover.
Well, it's been a mixed bag, but it's brought 2 wickets, and it's put Sunrisers in considerable trouble in this game. 67 for 4. Gardner out caught. Having got the 4, she's hit a full toss straight at Eve Jones. Caught off the bowling of Perrin. I don't think Gardner can quite believe she's done that.
Very unlucky to get out to that ball. Should have probably been hit to the boundary, but unfortunately she found Eve Jones at cover. And Sunrisers in a lot of trouble now, 5 down for just 67, and the spinners haven't even come on to bowl yet.
We saw one of those in the other innings, that when Amy Campbell was out, where it was just almost a kind of how did you manage that? And it was a very similar dismissal for Gardner, unfortunately. This looks problematic now for the Sunrisers. I think they're on course for a heavy defeat, unfortunately. Chasing 261. The required rate already creeping up towards 6. And they are 5 down. Sorry, I think I said 67 for 4, 67 for 5, the Sunrisers now. In all sorts of bother. Rogers to the crease.
Yep. Mia Rogers facing. Davina Perrin's still got 1 ball to go. She's got 2 wickets. I can't imagine Eve Jones taking her off after taking 2 wickets. I'm sure, get another over after this. Perrin running into bowl to Mia Rogers, and this is Fuller, and it's gone straight to the keeper, and she got an edge. That's out, and that's the 3rd wicket for Davina Perrin in this over. Wow.
And she's now on a hat-trick. Rogers out, first ball for naught, caught behind by Freeborn off the bowling of Davina Perrin. She's bowled a wide, 2 full tosses, 3 full tosses in fact, one of which has got a wicket, and that was an absolute beaut. Pitched on off stump, took the edge. Well. Hat-trick ball.
Definitely a mixed bag, Mike, as you said. That was a great ball, that last ball, just outside off stump, taking the edge. And Sunrisers 6 down now. Game over for them.
It certainly is. 67 for 6. Kelly Castle, the captain, walks out to the middle to face the hat-trick ball. Davina Perrin, we know she's a class act with the bat. She looks as if she's a cricketer who makes things happen, as they say, because she's made things happen here. Don't tell me it's over. We're going to have to wait another over for the hat-trick delivery. So it may not be Castle who ends up facing it. Castle walks out to the crease. Sarah Glenn, with all her international experiences, think I've seen enough here. I'm gonna get myself into the attack and make sure I pick up a few wickets here, or at least give myself the chance, because she has ball in hand. Reminder of the games elsewhere in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. We have 2 more happening today, as well as this one at New Road. Lightning versus South East Stars. The chase there is 282 for Lightning. They are 73 for 4 in pursuit of that, so that one looks to be slipping away from Lightning as Glenn begins her work here. It's clipped away by the stranded Scrivens on 29 of 35 balls. Doesn't find a run past Eve Jones there. Northern Diamonds 104 for 4, as this one is hit hard by Scrivens in the direction of Arlott, and then down goes Liz Russell. I think she's alright. I think she's just slipped, but I think it's amusement as much as anything, and Arlott is now bent over double in laughter as the unfortunate Russell points rather accusingly at a fielding disc marking the 30-yard circle there. I think she trod straight on it and it was a little on the slippy side. And down she went. It looked as if she might have done herself a really serious injury for a moment. Single added to the total. Scrivens on to 30, 68 for 6. This game looks all but over for the Sunrisers as Castle defends her first ball. So Diamonds 107 for 4 now in pursuit of 227 to beat Southern Vipers. That's another 120 of 28 overs. They look in control in terms of the run rate, but perhaps not the wickets, as this one's played away. Nicely played away. 4 runs for Kelly Castle to get her off the mark and take the Sunrisers into the 70s. 72 for 6. Winfield Hill is still in for Northern Diamonds on 55, and she's there with Bess Heath, who we know has already got a half century in this competition. So It's still in control for the Diamonds if they want to get to the final, but looks an intriguing match, that one. Here, it has rather got away from the Sunrisers. But Kelly Castle, who's just hit a 4, is trying to ensure her team get close. There's another single to the total. 73 for 6. Castle onto 5. Scrivens has 30. Sarah Glenn finding it's perhaps not as easy as Davina Perrin was making it look. As in comes Glenn, clipped, leg side, 1 run for the, as I say, seemingly rather stranded Grace Scrivens on 31. She's done the responsible thing though and is going to face the hat-trick ball as the batter who is in at the moment, and Eve Jones has not done the horrible cruel thing and taken her off. She's going to give Davina Perrin the chance for the hat-trick ball, and she's in discussions with her bowler about exactly where she wants the field. Will they bring in a few catching here? They don't have to worry about runs too much here, do they? Surely they can go all out for the wicket. Well, Eve Jones has gone leg side to mid-wicket. No, in fact, she's gone offside to short extra cover. It's Arlott who's at mid-wicket. Here comes Perrin.
Perrin running into ball on a hat-trick ball to Grace Scrivens, who takes a wild swing and it just escapes the gloves of Abby Freeborn there. They don't manage to get a single.
It was a fairly wide, you know, sort of flirting with the wide line, that one, so I think Freeborn did quite well to get across. Well, Perrin is certainly an entertainer with the bat, and she seems to be providing plenty of entertainment with the ball here.
Perrin running back into ball again to Grace Scrivens, who's taking a stance, and she just plays that to short extra cover for no run. The age of 16, she's still got a lot of potential to develop herself as a good bowler as well.
Certainly does, and it seemed as if Arlott and Jones in that first over were trying to sort of say, you know, just relax, just deep breaths, slow down, you know, get your rhythm. But I think it was such a topsy-turvy over, it was very difficult to do that.
Perrin back in, and it's a full toss again, can't get it away, hit straight to mid-wicket for no run.
I mean, certainly if she's going to have any sort of longevity as a bowler, I think she's going to have to cut those full tosses out, because I think some batters are very much going to punish those, but Scrivens, you'd imagine, would be chiefly among them, but couldn't get that one away.
Yeah, she won't always be getting a wicket on these full tosses. As she comes back into ball, Grace Scrivens on strike, and it's again a short full toss, but it's hit nicely down the ground past mid-on, and it's running away to the boundary, and it's gone for 4 runs. Nice shot there by Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, she wasn't going to miss out on 2 of those. Certainly didn't. For a second, Perrin was in with a chance of what would have been an incredible caught and bowled, but it evaded her and evaded the fielders at mid-off and mid-on. So it's been an interesting little spell, this, from Davina Perrin, to say the least.
As she runs back into ball to Grace Scrivens again, and it's fuller this time, and she drives it but straight to mid-on for no run. Yeah, I think we may see Georgia Davies come on soon.
Yeah, it would feel it's going that way. As I say, I think she felt she was going to come on before Perrin, who took 3 wickets in her first over, but has also gone for 9 runs with 2 fours and a wide now.
Runs back into bowl to Grace Scrivens, who plays that leg side, and it's going down to fine leg as they run through for a single. That's the end of the 19th over.
But it's kind of what you want from a batter who bowls, someone to come on and just make something happen, and I suppose she has there. And I'm sure there'll be some days where those full tosses won't necessarily end up in the hands of fielders or anything like that, but I mean, the stumping was a very good bit of glove work. The caught behind was a great ball. The one in the middle was a little bit interesting, to say the least, and I'm sure Joe Gardner might have other words for it, but there we go. 2 interesting overs from Davina Perrin. 1 over so far from Glenn. It's cost us 7 runs, and Scrivens is trying to work away into the leg side again. 79 for 6. The run rate still below 1 a ball, but the wickets column is the concern here for Sunrisers. As Scrivens is forward, desperation from Sarah Glenn, whose hands go to her head. 2 taken though by Scrivens. 81 for 6. Scrivens has 37. And without looking spectacular, you can see why Scrivens is a regular run scorer in this competition. 236 before this innings, the equal 4th best in the competition, alongside Ellie Threlkeld as Sarah Glenn bowls. I think the scorebox trying to get rid of a wasp or a blue bottle there next door to us. As in comes Sarah Glenn, throws it up, hit hard, and stopped well by Sarah Glenn, who, as we say, was very much the star of the opening T20 up at Chester Street in Durham. Bowls again here to Scrivens, works leg side. There's a single on offer. Boycott can't get round to do the fielding, but Potts does so. 82 for 6. Yeah, 4 for 23 at Chester Street for Sarah Glenn against India. So she certainly can perform on the international stage, and she's trying to do a bit for Sparks here, as this one's dabbed away on the cut by Castle. Doesn't bring her a run. She's now 5 from 4 deliveries. 82 for 6 the score after 20 overs of the Sunrisers' pursuit of 261. The wickets column the big concern. 103 for 3 by comparison was the score for Sparks, who are ahead on both runs and wickets now on that count.
And Davina Perrin is going to continue to bowl. She's coming in to bowl her 3rd over.
There you go. Bit of faith being shown by the captain, and I suppose if you get 3 wickets in your first over, why not? 3 for 9 so far from her 2 overs, including 3 wickets in the first of those overs. As Perrin's on her way.
Perrin bowling to Grace Scrivens now, who drives it and kind of gets the bottom edge onto the leg side. They're running 3 for a single. The ball's collected by Claire Boycott, and that takes the Sunrisers score to 83 for 6. This is the start of the 21st over, chasing 261.
Castle takes a guard, and the feeling is here now that this game is Sparks for the taking, thanks to 3 wickets in an over from Davina Perrin,
who runs into ball again, this time to Castle, and it goes past the bat through to Abby Freeborn for no run.
All about now, really, for Sparks, just getting those 4 wickets, getting their second win of the competition. They'll be disappointed to only get 2. I think they'll feel quite hard done by the weather this season in both the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy.
Kelly Castle just playing that very, very fine, past the slip region down to the fine leg boundary for 1 run.
Yeah, a vacant slip region as well, although it wouldn't have carried that. It was a delicate little deflection from Castle, but yeah, they've lost I think 3 times this season on games where the overs have been reduced, Sparks. Once in this competition at Old Trafford and twice in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Grace Scriven now on strike as she drives up through the cover region, and it goes for 1 run, taking her score to 40 off just 51 balls.
But they still did well in the 2020 competition, Sparks, and they were up there in that, but the 50 over competition for whatever reason just hasn't happened for them this year. But this will be a morale boosting victory, and it's seen 45 for Perrin, 46 for Freeborn, 57 for Arlott, a first half century.
Perrin just bowled that slightly short. It hits the pads. There is an appeal for LBW. The umpire's not interested.
I think height ruling that one out. It's been actually, in terms of consistency, probably the best over of the three, although it's not matched the first over in terms of wickets.
Yeah, it's been a much better line and much better length. No full tosses we've seen this over so far, which is good. Kelly Castle, the skipper, on strike as Davina Perrin runs into bowl. Slightly short, and it's swung away to the leg side for a single.
And that run rate is just a smidgen above 1 a ball now. You'll see that at the bottom of your screen. 6.03 an over now required. Another 175 off 29 overs is the other way of putting it. I think it would take something extraordinary from Grace Scrivens with some starring, or actors in supporting roles, shall we say, from the likes of Kelly Castle, Scarlett Hughes, Sonali Patel and Kate Kopak, because Sparks in firm control of this game thanks to 3 wickets in an over from young Davina Perrin, who also made 45 with the bat. I think that's staking a very early claim to player of the match there. In comes Glenn from the Diglis end. She almost turned to appeal and then realised there was a slither of bat taking it away for 4 runs to the finest of fine leg boundaries. The wave of a Jack Shantry hand in the distance tells you as much, and tells you that the score moves to 90 for 6. So approaching their 100 here are the Sunrisers.
Both Scrivens and Castle have actually played Sarah Glenn quite nicely, working her away pretty much every ball for runs.
They have, and it must be hard for Glenn going from very, very short form cricket to the 50 over format today. It was a good delivery, driven back, because of course batters do just have so much more time. Castle on 11, Scrivens has 40. Castle looks for the sweep again. I thought there might have been a bit of bat. Umpire Shantry disagrees, and Kelly Castle is out. There was a little sound as it went past her, but it must not have been bat on ball. And she played the sweep in precarious fashion earlier in the over, went for it again, and Glenn just bowling on the stumps. Little bit of turn, nice and full, and unfortunately the captain, Kelly Castle, will have to go and sit in the pavilion. Just the 11 runs. LBW to Sarah Glenn. The score is now 90 for 7. 261, remember, required for victory. And it just felt a chance too far, Samara Afzal.
Yeah, it's looking very unlikely now with just 3 wickets left. Although the required run rate 6 in modern day cricket is not a massively high one, but there's just not the wickets, I don't think, to do it.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Scrivens, Hughes, Patel and Kopak, a run rate of 1 a ball, and more importantly a task of batting 28 plus overs is going to be too much. But this is why we enjoy the game, I suppose, is the fact that these strange things can happen, but this would be one of the strangest. 90 for 7 the score, as Hughes and Scrivens discuss their ploy. I'm pretty sure Scrivens has said, just stay in for a bit, because I'm batting quite nicely, thank you very much, and I'd like a few more here today. Here comes Glenn, at right arm around the wicket, spins it into the defensive stroke of Hughes, who negotiates that first ball well, but without starting her scoring. She must wait to do so again with a forward defensive off the bowling of Glenn, who will be glad to have got a wicket. I think she was warming up during that first Perrin over, and I think she was like, oh, another one, another one, another one. I'm running out of ones I can get here, as this one is bowled again into the defensive stroke of Hughes, and that ends the over on 90 for 7. Exactly where the score was when that 7th wicket fell. We have another 28 overs of this innings remaining. 118 for 3 by comparison was the Sparks score, and it just goes to show how far Sunrisers are behind here. Although Sparks, as we were saying earlier, were down 7 cheaply last week against South East Stars and managed to get a partnership together at that point. They were 84 for 7 when Freeborn was out in that game, and Davis, Russell and Potts cobbled together a score.
Davina Perrin coming into Grace Scrivens, who cuts that off the back foot nicely down to the deep cover region for a run. Bringing Scarlett Hughes, the wicketkeeper, on strike. This is Davina's 4th over. A very talented cricketer, as we've seen, just 16 years of age. A very good batter, and actually, you know, showing that she can bowl as well.
And actually, the last over was very boring in comparison to the chaos of the first 2. And this one started off in orderly fashion.
Perrin running into Bolton. Oh, and she's played and missed and gone straight to the keeper. Got some swing there, didn't she, Mike?
Yeah, it just looked as if it, as much as anything, was just pushed off the seam across the face of the bat of Hughes, who's checking her guard again. But I don't think it was especially the guard. I just think it was a good bit of bowling. And as I say, it's been, compared to the chaos of the start of this spell, it's been very orderly stuff from Perrin. Who, as I say, I didn't necessarily knew bowled seam up, but we've not seen a lot of her yet. So this is our first look, really.
Yeah, you don't see very many batting all-rounders bowling seam.
No, I mean Eve Jones does a bit, but she's very a sort of like wrong foot bowler, Eve Jones. It doesn't look the most natural, although it's done the job that Jones has required. But maybe she's gone, oh well, it's good, I've got a youngster now, I can bowl those 2 or 3 overs of seam now, and I can just focus on the captaincy and the batting.
Perrin coming back into bowl to Scarlett Hughes. Good length. Just tucks that into the leg side for no run. Yeah, a lot of bowling options for Central Sparks. Still got Georgia Davis, who's not bowled yet. Claire Boycott, who's also yet to bowl. So they're not short. And I think Amy Campbell can bowl as well, if I'm right. Perrin running back into Scarlett Hughes, who swings that to the leg side, and she swung it nicely. It's running away through the mid-wicket region, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Neat stroke from Hughes. Gets her going in this game. Mind elsewhere, Diamonds in pursuit of 227. They need another 81 from 22.5 overs. They're 147 for 4. A place in the final at stake in that game at Leeds. Lightning 112 for 4 in pursuit of 282 to beat the South East Stars at Leicester.
Perrin running back into bowl to Scarlett as she drives that straight back to her. No run.
The Cathedral on the far side in postcard form over there, with now a backdrop of light blue sky against the fluttering flag on top of the central tower, with its 4 pinnacles pointing upwards into that very, very bright blue sky now. And it looks a very pleasant September afternoon indeed.
Davina Perrin running back into bowl to Scarlett Hughes, who leaves that one outside off stump as it carries through to the keeper, Abby Freeborn, and that's the end of the 23rd over. The Sunrisers are 95 for 7.
And let's hope that next weekend we get 2 good days of weather, at very least down in the capital, because, sort of touching on the point earlier, it would be great for that to become a massive weekend where women's cricket fans from all over the country head to Lords and and see the one-day international and see the game on the Sunday, the final of the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy, the final of the domestic competition. It'd be great if people came from the South Coast to support Vipers, from Northern Diamonds, from South East Stars, across the capital, from, of course, Birmingham, from Essex and Northampton, the counties that are represented by Sunrise. It'd be great to see a proper good day of cricket down there in the capital, because it's such a historic thing for women to play at Lords. Of course, the 2017 World Cup final, very much seen as a turning point, filling Lords on that occasion. Then the Aussies went even bigger with the T20 final at the MCG. I think it was more than 86,000 in the end. Certainly more than 80,000 that day, as this one is forced back down the pitch by Scrivens, who's yet to score in this over. Glenn, again with that probing leg spin that Scrivens negotiates. 41 not out, 95 for 7. The score remains. Pushed into the leg side by Scrivens, who wants 2. She shouldn't get it. This is going to be a run out, surely. And it is a run out. Hughes was rather sold there by a partner trying to push for the 2. It was never really on. It's a pretty disgraceful way to lose a wicket for Sunrisers in the position they're in. Scrivens wanted to keep the strike, but it was no excuse for taking that second there. And Hughes, I think, was just almost looking at her thinking, what, really? We're going for this? And the throw came in. It was gathered by Sarah Glenn. Had a bit of work to do to knock the bails off, but had plenty of time to do it. All she had to do was ensure she gathered it. We'll identify the thrower in just a moment, because I think they deserve a bit of credit there. I'm not sure if it was Davis or Russell out there in the distance, but it was actually quite an easy run out to effect in the end, because there was never 2 there. Never.
Yeah, quite a suicidal run. I'm not quite sure why Scrivens was so keen to get back on strike, especially when you've still got so many overs to bat through and only 3 wickets. So that's an unfortunate way for Scarlett Hughes to get out. Yeah, and there was never 2. It was going straight to the fielder, and she picked it up well. It was a good throw, and it was well taken by Sarah Glenn.
It was Georgia Davis up there to give the thrower credit on the long off boundary, as this one is bowled. Again, Scrivens is looking for a quick run that probably isn't on, and nearly sent Patel to the same fate as Hughes there, trying to push the single. She's pushed some very good runs, has Scrivens, but seems a bit flustered at the moment, and there certainly wasn't 2 on that one. As down the track comes Scrivens, hits it hard towards Davis, and there's no interest in 2, although even if Patel did turn just in case. Scrivens keeps the strike. 97 for 8. A little bit of a disgraceful mix-up, it has to be said there, from the Sunrisers, who are slipping to defeat. They're not going to chase this 261. And I think, despite all the quirks of this innings, a run out and 3 wickets and an over for young Perrin, I think our feeling of 200 being about par was maybe not far off, actually.
Yeah, I agree. The way Sunrisers have gone about things, they were never really going to get to 261. I think at this point Scrivens is just looking to get, I think, her 50 before she loses partners at the other end. It's bowled by Davina Perrin, just cut away but straight to cover for no run. And that starts the 25th over. Sunrisers 97 for 8, just 2 wickets remaining.
And Perrin getting a nice long bowl here.
She is, and it's good of Eve Jones to give her a extended bowl. She back in wide and given wide by the umpire. Good effort there by Abby Freeborn. She's doing really well behind the stumps. Of course, their usual keeper, Amy Jones, skippering England, isn't here, so I'm not sure if she was back, who would be behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say, given she's one of the best in the world, that Amy Jones would take those gloves.
Davina Perrin back in, and that's driven and straight to deep cover region for 1 run.
However, Freeborn's doing a very fine job stood up to them at the moment, and has got a few dismissals as a result.
Yeah, she's done really well behind the stumps, taken a good few catches and also stumpings as well. She's been quite quick. Davina Perrin coming back into bowl, this time to Sonali Patel, who goes onto the back foot and plays a nice pull shot going to the just back the front of deep point boundary. Not getting to the boundary, well stopped, but they run through for a single.
Neat stroke that from Patel. And exactly the area she was looking.
She didn't do as well as she would have liked to with the ball, so she's probably hoping that she can get a few runs in the game. Davina Perrin running back into ball to Grace Scrivens, who drives that beautifully down straight to Georgia Davis at mid-on for no run. Sunrisers have managed to get to 100 for 8. This is the 25th over. They need 261 to win with a required rate of 6.4. Perrin running back into ball to Grace Scrivens. Short and hit nicely, pulled away, but Clay Boycott there. Oh, and she's misfielded. It's gone straight through her hands into the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, at this stage you can probably be forgiven for that, given Sparks should cruise on to victory, but I don't think that is maybe how her Sparks teammates will be seeing it. We will see.
Don't know if it was slightly awkward in terms of the bounce, or she just misjudged it and it's gone through.
Either way, I'm sure her pride will feel it shouldn't have happened.
No, good fielder normally, Claire Boycott. Davina Perrin comes into ball again to Grace Scrivens, and that's a big full toss and given no ball by the umpire. And signalled 1 for the over.
Yeah, just every now and again one seems to slip out from poor Davina Perrin and not land exactly where she was hoping it would. And as we've just heard there, a free hit.
The first free hit of the game, I believe, Mike.
Yeah, first one we've seen today, and Perrin's going to have to get this right.
Perrin runs into bowl. It's a free hit, and Grace Scrivens is on strike, who comes out of a crease and is nearly stumped by Abby Freeborn, but she just misses the ball there.
Yeah.
Scrivens cross with herself, just punching her bat onto her pads.
Wouldn't, of course, have resulted in a dismissal. It's only run-outs that can be affected off those free hits. But although the fact that Freeborn didn't take it cleanly, if it had actually ricocheted off her onto the stumps, I think that would have counted as a run-out, weirdly. I don't know if it had hit her pad, say, and gone onto the stump. I think it's technically a run-out, so that would have been quite an unfortunate way to lose your wicket on a full toss. Such are the strange nature of the rules of cricket. Yeah, 86,174 was that crowd at the final of the MCG as that creeped past the off stump and only just past the off stump from Sarah Glenn. So it would be nice if, obviously it's not going to be 86,000 because Lord's only holds about 25, I think, but it would be nice to see it full for a couple of days of women's cricket next weekend, and if you are able to get down, then that would be much appreciated. I know I've certainly got a ticket for the ODI, I'm working on the invite for the final, as this one is played down the offside of straight. No run there. Georgia Davis with the fielding. Quick little chat between Glenn and Jones, still working on things, working on ways of getting these last 2 wickets. But this game going in Sparks' favour, and it certainly will be now, because Patel has misjudged that there. Gone back when she probably should have been forward. The bails are dislodged. Patel is out. And Scrivens continues to look stranded at the non-striker's end. 48 she has to her name. Patel is out for 1. And the final batter, Kopak, walks out to the crease. Patel out bowled by Sarah Glenn for just the 1 run. And as we said, she looked keen to get into the the action, seeing all the wickets falling in favour of the youngster Perrin, and Glenn has done her job and picked up her second there.
She has, and I'm just thinking about poor Grace Scrivens. I hope she doesn't get left stranded on 48. It would be nice to see her get to her half century. She does deserve it. She's batted very well.
No, although she perhaps shouldn't have run out one of her partners in that sense. But yes, you're spot on, Samara. It would have been nice to see Grace Scrivens bat for a longer period of time than this, because she is clearly a talent. She's perhaps not as eye-catching as a Capsey or a Perrin, but I think she will be the one who opens the batting for England at some point in the future, as Glenn bowls inside edge. Kopak gets a single and gets to the non-striker's end, and it does bring Scrivens on to strike, so she will have an opportunity for the half century. She was very aggressive the first ball she faced after the run out, so whether with Kopak in now she goes for that approach and tries to clear the ropes, we will see. Down the track she comes, hits it towards cover. It was one of those horrible awkward ones for Arlott where she knew it wasn't going to quite get to her, and given her height as well, she had to just try and readjust and get something on it, which she did to stop it going for 4. Scrivens on to 49, 107 for 9 is the total. The 154 more required for victory looks very unlikely indeed, but an opportunity for a half century for Grace Scrivens.
Yes, absolutely. She'll be on strike now. Georgia Davis taking a cap off, so she'll finally get to have a bowl, and she'll be looking for a wicket, I'm sure.
And Georgia Davis, one of those who, she was in training, I think, to be a police officer during the first edition of this competition. So she's one of those who does work alongside her cricket. So she may feel a little hard done by that her bowl's going to be slightly shorter than it otherwise would have been. But she made the most of it with the bat last week with 50. So 52 against the South East Stars, rather reviving that Sparks chase. And it's the way it goes in cricket sometimes, isn't it? Some weeks you just have to do lots, and other weeks you're less of a feature. But she'll be very glad if she picks up the winning wicket here.
Yeah, I think it's been Davina Perrin's game, hasn't it, so far, scoring 44 and then taking 3 wickets. As Georgia Davis comes into bowl, and that's just flicked off to the pads onto the leg side, and they run through for a quick single. And that's 50 runs for Grace Scriven, a well-deserved 50. The only one of the Sunrisers batters to get going, and she's got to 50, and she's the first one. After Emily Arlott was the first person to get to 50, and she's now the second in the game to score a 50.
And she showed she can judge a single there as well. That was a well-judged one from Grace Scrivens, which is why it was so alarming that she was involved in the mix-up for the run-out. But a very well-made 50, and a class cricketer is Grace Scrivens.
Yep, doing her bit with the ball as well as the bat today. Again, in contention for player of the match. Georgia Davis coming into bowl this time to Kopak, who's batting at number 11. She's driven that nicely, but it's gone straight to Eve Jones at covers. Oh, not to Eve Jones, it's Was it Eve
Emily
Jones?
Arlott, yeah,
Emily
I've
Arlott.
made that. I don't know why they're looking very similar today for some unknown reason.
Georgia Davis back into Kopak, and she plays it straight to the fielder at point for no run. That was Millie Home, number 10.
And confusingly, you've got Potts as well, who's quite a similar figure to Arlott, who's in the mid-wicket region now as well.
Davies back in on that stump. There's an appeal for stumping. The umpire says no.
Not interested in that one, umpire Chantry. But played for many a year here at Worcestershire, of course, umpire Chantry. But shaking the head there. Now Eve Jones has got the sort of elbow guards on at slip at the moment, just with hand on chin, almost as captains should, contemplating things.
Georgia Davis back into Kopak, and it's gone through to Abby Freeborn for no run.
Just trying to get up, because she's now approaching 300 runs, Grace Scrivens, 296. And I'll just confirm what number half century that is for her of the season.
Georgia Davis back into Kopak, and it's gone through again. Abby Freeborn looking for a stumping again, but she was in her crease, and that's the end of the 27th over. Sunrisers 108 for 9. Looks like Sarah Glenn will continue from the Douglas end.
Yeah, her fourth half century of the season, if the figures I'm looking at are up to date. She has a highest of 74, so that's something else she could be looking at to get a season high, and also to keep cementing herself into fourth place. And in fact, she's moved past Emily Windsor into third place on the run scoring list. Don't think she's going to catch either Armitage or Winfield Hill, who both have well over 300 runs, but there's a little bit of something for Scrivens to play for here. As she comes down the track, gets an edge behind square on the offside. Arlott does the fielding, prevents a run being scored. She's on 286, I beg your pardon, came into the game with 236 to her name, level with Threlkeld, who plays tomorrow and is now a little bit further down that list as Scrivens clips into the leg side and picks up a single, taking her on to 100. Oh, sorry, taking the score on to 109, taking Scrivens on to 51. Here's Glenn again, spinning the ball, contemplating a next delivery, which is chopped away and past the dive from Boycott. Got something on it though, 110 for 9. As Diamonds continue to close in on that total of 227 to win at Leeds. They're 53 more from 16 overs as that's hit over the top and down the ground here at New Road by Grace Scrivens and away for 4. And having got the 50, you sense she might just have a little bit of fun taking on the England T20 bowler Sarah Glenn. 55 Scrivens moves to 114 for 9. The 261 is very unlikely. There are 2 back straight now for Glenn, who bowls to Scrivens, who drives into the offside. Perrin is across and affects the stop. Winfield Hill seemingly guiding Diamonds to victory there is on 87. Bess Heath with her on 41. There was 49 for Emily Windsor in the Vipers innings in that game, which is why she moved past Grace Scrivens briefly. But Scrivens back ahead now and has moved on to 56 with that single hit. She advanced down the track. 115 for 9 the score, and we have just the 22 overs remaining to chase this at a rate of 6.64. I mean, the rate's not getting away, but the problem is that wickets column, and it seems as if Scrivens is going to just have to keep batting on her own here and see how many she can get.
Yep, as Georgia Davis comes in to bowl her second over with Grace Scrivens on strike, slightly full toss, and she's hit that nicely straight past mid off for 4 runs. A lovely little drive.
Created the full toss there. And she moves now on to 296 runs for the season. So 4 more. And that'll be another little note to chalk off. Then she'll be maybe looking at that highest score of 74.
Again, trying to hit it straight, but getting the bottom part of the bat, and it's gone down to Claire Boycott on leg side, and she's run through for a single, bringing Kopak on strike now.
Just got there a bit early that time and lost her shape, Grace Scrivens, and sort of admonished herself. 120 for 9, still a long way from the 261 to win.
That's just dabbed down, just backward of point for a run by Kopak, bringing Grace Scrivens now back on strike, taking the Sunrisers score to 121 for 9.
So playing the supporting role. Scrivens back on strike.
Scrivens comes out of a crease again, hits that but straight to Eve Jones at cover for no run.
You feel for Scrivens. It's going to end in a blaze of glory. I quite like that.
She's batting very well on 61 off 74 deliveries as she comes out of a crease again, and this time again drives it powerfully, and it's gone, and Jojo Davis takes the stumps, and it's given run out by the umpire, and that's out, and that ends the Sunrisers innings on 121.
So they are defeated. We said Scrivens' innings was going to end in a blaze of glory. It perhaps ended in a slightly misjudged single, but they fall well short in the end of the 260 required for victory. A win for the Central Sparks by 139 runs. Grace Scrivens very much the pick of the Sunrisers. But I suppose this game, ultimately, Samara Afzal, was all about Davina Perrin.
It was. She batted beautifully to get to 44. She's then bowled very well as well. 3 wickets in her first over. Slightly strange over, mix of full tosses and a few good balls. But then she's gone on and she's bowled really well. I think she will be in contention for player of the match for sure.
Yeah, I think it's hard to look past Davina Perrin. She fell just short of the half century, 45 from 51 balls with 6 fours and a 6. She was only outscored by Abby Freeborn. Well, Abby Freeborn 46, and then also the half century from Emily Arlott, which she finished on 63 in the end. I kept scoring that as 57, I have to say, but 63 for Emily Arlott. Very valuable runs. Her first half century, her highest score in Rachel Hay of Flint Trophy cricket. And then Perrin, 5 overs 26 for 3 with the ball, and all 3 of those wickets coming in her first over. So our thanks to Samara Afzal for joining us on commentary again today. You will be hearing more from her next season, no doubt, along with the rest of the team, Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn, as well as Raf Nicholson, who you've also heard from on the streams so far this season. But we will be saying goodbye for the season from a Central Sparks YouTube point of view. The Thunder game is on in Manchester tomorrow. Myself and Polly Starkey will be there for that. Just to finish up with, we will give you a final run through the Sunrisers card. It began with the wicket of Grucock out for 5, bowled by Arlott, chopping onto her stumps. The score 23 for 1 at that point. Naomi Datani came out and hit a couple of boundaries, but was caught by Abby Freeborn off the bowling of Grace Potts for 13 of 22 balls. It included 3 fours, in fact, in that